Mayor Pro Tem, who is not here yet?
Yeah, I think we have a quorum. I see Mark Anthony Middleton as well.
Great. Good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. This is a special budget work session of the Durham City Council. It is 9 a.m. on May 27th, 2021. The mayor is running a little bit late, but asked us to go ahead and get started. Oh, and he's not running late anymore. There he is. Steve, I just called us to order.
Perfect. Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
Absolutely.
Good morning, all.
Good morning.
Morning.
Durham City Hall. Great place to be. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Schewel,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember Caballero,
Here.
Councilmember Freelon,
Here.
Councilmember Freeman,
Present.
Councilmember Middleton,
I'm here.
Councilmember Reese.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I will now turn the meeting over to John Allore. Mr. Allore, please guide us through our next steps.
Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, and members of council. Thank you for being here on our second day of the FY22 budget work sessions with council. Today, we have a program of a variety of departments, including police, fire, the proposed new community safety department, transportation, solid waste, parks and rec, and equity and inclusion. And we'll try to move things along with all of these presentations so you have ample time to pose your questions and get satisfactory answers. I do want to just take a moment before turning things over to thank the wonderful people I get to work alongside with in the Budget and Management Services Department. We tend to think of it as budget, but it is a full department effort. Starting with Christina Reardon, Christina Tooks, Pat Moda, Tony Thompson, and Lindsay Bonneau. And then we have a parallel budget process taking place right now, as you know, in participatory budgeting. And I want to thank the staff who worked so hard on that, Andrew Holland and Jamie Tyndall, along with our wonderful administrative assistant, Shireen Robinson, for getting all of that done. Go to pbdurham.org if you haven't already voted for the projects. Voting will end on June 6th. And then rounding out on the OPI side, Sherry Metcalf, Performance Management, Aaron Parrish, Shannon Delaney, and of course, Ryan Smith. You don't see the other side of the house necessarily as much in this process, but they are every bit engaged and focused on this work, and we thank them for their efforts. So thank you for allowing me the time to say that. And finally, I do want to thank my boss, my mentor, my friend, Bertha Johnson, who taught me almost everything about budget, probably taught me everything about management. And she is, it was a little strange going through things yesterday without her. But feel ready for the challenge, and I thank her for everything that she's done for me.
Thank you, John. Those were some great words about the department, and really appreciate it.
So with that, I turn it over to the city manager Paige, if she has any comments before we begin today's programming.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, members of the Durham City Council and city staff and residents who are listening today at this work session. I will be very brief. John has thanked a big team that has helped us get where we are today, yesterday and today. So I won't repeat any of that. I will use the few moments that I have, because the very first presentation that you will see today will be from the police department, and every opportunity that I have had, both publicly and privately. I want to thank Chief CJ Davis for her service to this community and this organization as one of its executive leaders, as a community leader, a leader of the largest department that we have in city government. And she has done that well. And as she leaves us to go to Memphis, we wish her well and much success in that new city. And we will miss her greatly.
Thank you, City Manager. Thank you, everyone, this morning. Am I clear, John, to begin?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. As I began to do this overview of the Durham Police Department's fiscal 21-22 budget, I'd like to acknowledge the individuals that supported us during this budget process. John, Christina, and of course, Bertha and the entire team, City Manager, thank you for the support you provided to the Durham Police Department during this process. I will begin also introducing individuals in the room. You can't see them, but they are here, my support staff. Deputy Chief Montgomery, who will be the interim chief of police. Sean Huey, our budget manager. Also Deputy Chief Melissa Bishop and Major David Anthony. So to begin, next slide. There we go. I'll begin with our organization chart. As you can see, this is the Durham Police Department's org chart for fiscal year 21-22. 5 positions are being cut. These reductions include 2 vacant motorcycle officer positions in District 5, which reduces the unit to 8 FTEs. The unit will now consist of 1 sergeant, 1 corporal, 6 officers. 2 vacant slide squad officer positions in District 5, which reduces the size of each of the 2 squads to 1 sergeant, 1 corporal, and 6 officers. 1 vacant non-sworn senior administrative technician. This was our transcriptionist position from professional standards. We are now going to be utilizing an outside transcribing source for this function. These personnel cuts reduce our authorized staffing numbers from 682 FTEs to 677 total FTEs. Disaggregated, the 677 FTEs are comprised of 552 sworn FTEs and 124 non-sworn FTEs, which includes 4 sexual assault kit initiative grant positions, the SAKI grant that you all are familiar hearing about. Those grant positions consist of 2 sworn investigators, 1 non-sworn cold case victim advocate, and 1 non-sworn cold case crime analyst. Okay, next slide. This resource allocation table illustrates our general fund. The major differences between the proposed fiscal year 21-22 and adopted fiscal year 2021 are as follows. Personal services shows a 1.3% increase. This roughly $800,000 increase is a combination of an increase in benefits, mainly healthcare and law enforcement retirement, and the reduction of the 5 FTEs also impacted this figure. The operating line shows a 4.4% decrease. This decrease is a combination of an increase in costs for our in-car and body-worn camera programs, as well as the removal of a one-time cost associated with equipment for the gang unit. The transfer of non-city contractor positions to the new CSW department, along with various smaller operating cuts. The revenues line consists of record fees, officer court appearances, and gold buyers permits, which continue to decline by an estimated 26% annually. We believe the COVID environment has had a major impact in this area as well. Next slide. The next illustration you see here is the grant resource allocation table. The major differences in this chart is a 32.5% decrease in operating and a 77% decrease in capital. These decreases are related to the Joint Fire Police COVID grant, received earlier this fiscal year, which covered one-time expenses for equipment and training. The capital purchases consisting of larger equipment were for the fire department, while the purchases from operating accounts were split between fire and police. There is also an increase in the FTEs by one, which is the cold case crime analyst position for the Saki grant. This position has been advertised and interviews are being scheduled as we speak. Next slide. So our budget highlights. We've included 3 requests. The first is body worn camera cost increase. The city has a 5-year contract with VView Solutions that will end in fiscal year 22. Axon Technologies acquired VView Solutions and has transferred all VView customers to Axon cameras and cloud storage, which will provide greater reliability and additional capabilities. The only difference is the cost is a little higher. The second is the in-car camera cost increase. In fiscal year 20, the city manager approved a phased-in change of the in-car cameras from the vendor Coban to Axon Technologies. This request funds the continuation of that plan and is in line with the budget projections originally submitted. So now both our body-worn cameras and in-car cameras are now on the same operating platform. And the third is the Central Square contract cost increase. This request covers increases in annual maintenance fees for the Central Square One Solutions. This is our records management system. RMS is the term that you're used to hearing, and mobile applications. Those are the 3 requests that are in our budget. Our initiatives include the chief search. HR has contracted with Developmental Associates to conduct a nationwide search for your new chief. The next is hiring retention. The department will focus on methods to not only hire more officers, but also to retain the officers we have. The proposed increase to the police pay structure would certainly be a good start towards retention. Incentives like the take-home vehicle program and relocation bonuses will also help with retention and hiring. And then the third is our promotional processes. The upcoming promotional processes for ranks below captain will include revamped study materials to ensure the leadership in the department is on the leading edge of best practices in law enforcement. Training emphasis will be placed on leadership in the 21st century, fair and impartial policing, equity and inclusion, and contemporary challenges. And that concludes my budget presentation. Thank you.
Colleagues, you've heard the chief's report, and Chief, thank you so very much. I think this is your last report to us, Chief.
I think so.
We're really going to miss you.
Thank you.
But we are going to take you up on that visit to Memphis with the barbecue and the blues, okay?
Okay.
All right, colleagues. I know that we have a lot of discussion that folks want to have around our police staffing and budget. And I'm wondering if we want to hear from the report on Community Safety Department before we do that. I think those are very interlocked discussions. And I'll ask Mr. Allore what he thinks about that idea.
I think that's a fine idea. We can move right on to that if is your choice. We did have the fire presentation next, which I believe is brief. At your discretion.
Sure. I think that what I would like to do is, if the chief can stay, is to go ahead and have the Community Safety Department presentation. I don't think Chief Zoldos will mind too much, I hope, holding his presentation a little bit. And if we could hear that discussion, I think that will help us think about the budget, for both of those departments in the most constructive way.
Mr. Mayor, before you move on, I just wanted to take a point of privilege and just thank Chief Davis for her work over the last 5 years, and just acknowledge, I think that with the national context of how things have been operating and how systems have been failing, I'm very glad that you've been here in Durham, and I want to thank you for the work that you've done to get us to where we are today. I know it's been a contentious conversation, and you've handled it very well. And I want to say that I wish you the best in Memphis. And if there's any way, shape, or form that I can be supportive in your transition, please let me know.
Thank you, Council Member. It's been a pleasure. It really has. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I believe that we're going to be hearing from Ms. Johnson, who's going to be presenting about the new department. Ms. Johnson, welcome.
Thank you.
As Mr. Allore said, we're seeing you in a different role today, but a great role. We're glad to see you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Bertha Johnson, Interim Deputy City Manager. I will be presenting the proposed Community Safety Department. So where we started in August 2020, at the direction of the former city manager, Tom Bonfield, city staff launched the 911 Call for Service initiative. And we sought to answer the question whether community resources align with community needs based on the types of calls for service coming to the 911 centers. We decided to conduct a new study to analyze 911 call data and develop recommendations for improving responses by law enforcement. We invited RTI International, a nonprofit research institute, to partner with us and other cities in North Carolina and South Carolina to analyze their 911 call for service, and to help us develop recommendations for improving responses from law enforcement. The participating cities are listed here: Durham, Raleigh, Cary, Burlington, Greensboro, Winston-Salem, and Rock Hill. South Carolina was added because that was where Monica worked at one point in her career. City Council received a presentation at the January 7th work session, which included recommended pilot projects. I also believe you all received actually the memo in September that explained this project and how we were going to move forward with this work. To implement the pilots and a long-term strategy and program, a new department is being proposed in the FY21-22 budget. I also have here the website that has all of the data that I've mentioned, the report, the presentation, the memos, and any other information that would bring folks to where we are today. So this is the proposed org chart for the Community Safety Department. The staff is organized into two groups, the first being the operations team that will implement the pilots. This team is organized under a community responder manager. This team would support the initial small-scale response pilots currently in the early development stage. RTI would evaluate the pilots, which would provide us an evidence base for scaling up to larger initiatives. So staff of this team include nurse, clinical remote responders, field responders, as well as clinical social workers who can respond to behavior and mental health needs identified by 911 dispatchers or officers in the field. The other group will be the support community engagement team, which would work on designing, doing the research, and evaluating the initiatives that the department oversees. This team will be organized under the Community Safety Manager, which is currently funded by Fuse Corp, which is our Fuse Fellow. This team will support the development of the alternate response pilots, not implementation, but the development. They will also support the Community Safety and Wellness Task Force, develop new partnerships, and oversee the existing contracts, including the violence interrupter contract. This staff will include a community safety analyst, community center designer, a strategic analyst, and a research coordinator. The community center design strategist I want to focus on for a minute. This is a very important position for this department. Community center design is based on the belief that solutions to today's problems come from the power of communities and not from the engagement of what we might traditionally consider subject matter experts. It's about designing with the community instead of designing for the community. The other position I want to point out is the research coordinator. This position is funded by Duke, Stanford School of Public Policy, and they will compensate graduate level public policy students to coordinate a larger volunteer research team of local university and students, including students from NCCU. So next slide is understanding where the positions are coming from and which ones are new. To reconcile the org chart that you just saw, there will be 4 new positions for this department. Some you saw on the org chart are designated as contract positions. 3 proposed positions currently have existing funding, and 8 proposed positions are funded with existing vacant positions from various departments. As listed here, general services, 1 position, it was a real estate position. They offered up, they did not need at this time. 5 positions from the police department and 2 positions from 911. None of these positions were, all of these positions were vacant positions. And so we're actually using resources that were not being utilized to stand up this department and pilot our projects. So moving to the resource allocation table, the first line here is personal services. That includes the new funding and funding transferred from other departments to support the salaries and benefits. And the operations line, 1.4 million, that is all funds transferred from the police department for some of the contractual services and other agreements they have in the department. As I mentioned, one is the Bull City United, another one is the mental health social worker contract. So just go back just a second. I want to point out something else here. So one of the things I want to mention is that we have so much additional financial support for this department that is not reflected in this resource allocation table. We have $100,000 from our Bloomberg matching grants that we use to establish the I-team. We have the funding from Arna Ventures. They were actually very interested in this project, and so they agreed to pay for ongoing technical assistance for our pilots through April 22, and that funding goes directly to RTI. We have, as I mentioned before, the Duke Sanford School Public Policy will compensate the graduate students. We have the Fuse Fellow, which is funded by Fuse Corp, which the value of that position and training is $180,000. And we also have the $1 million to support the Community Safety and Wellness Task Force. So these are resources that are available to us that you do not see in the resource allocation table. So the budget highlights. Again, the purpose of this department is to enhance public safety through community-centered approaches to prevention and intervention. The Community Safety Department will focus on 3 areas in its first year. One will be piloting alternative response models to 911 calls, collaborate with community members, including the Community Safety and Wellness Task Force, to identify and test new approaches to public safety. And finally, building, managing, and evaluating partnerships that promote a safer Durham. So the first area is piloting response models. The pilots are grouped into 2 categories, one being increased DPD capacity by right-sizing non-emergency in-person responses, and the second one being professionalized short-term and long-term responses to mental health, behavioral health, and familiar faces. So before I describe the pilots on the screen here, which you've all seen, I want to note how many people have been engaged in this work. I'm certainly not the subject matter expert, but we've had some of those folks on these teams. We have our RTI team. You met in January with Dr. Storm, Dr. Mitchell, and Brian Agard. We have city staff working on this, including the budget office, the OPI office, 911, the city attorney's office, our assistant TS director, who is also our chief data officer, the police department, including our CIT clinical social worker, Abena, the fire department, and Durham County's EMS medical director. So this team is also beginning to include more stakeholders as we build out the pilots, including Durham County and the Criminal Justice Advisory Committee. They have already received a presentation on some of this work. So these pilots were informed by insights from many of these people as well as others in the community. And I also want to remind folks what a pilot is. It is a small-scale, short-term experiment that helps us learn how a large-scale project might work in practice, or if it will work in practice. So it's not, by implementing these pilots, we're not fundamentally changing anything in law enforcement. We're just piloting ideas to think about how we scale up those ideas that might work for our community. So on your screen now, you see the pilots. Just as a reminder, when you saw this in January, I believe you saw 7 pilots. The pilot that was formerly described as familiar faces has been incorporated into a couple pilots listed dealing with mental health and behavioral health needs. We realize that these are across many pilots and programs, and so we wanted to make sure we capture that. So the first pilot is remote response, and this is how do we better utilize remote response capabilities to non-emergency calls. The city already has some remote response capability. We have P2C, which is an online reporting tool, and we also have a telephone response unit. We know that remote response for non-urgent calls can help reduce the possibility of unintended negative consequences that result from in-person responses by armed officers. We also can address concerns related to over-policing by doing more online and telephone responses. We believe that there are many opportunities to better leverage our current remote responses, expand call types that can be appropriately responded to remotely, ensure we have standard operating procedures in place so that we can consistently identify calls for response and ensure this capacity is appropriately staffed. We also need to raise more community awareness and around remote response options available through Durham's Police Department. The second one is related to traffic, sending trained civilian responders in lieu of police officers to abandoned vehicles and minor traffic incidents. Currently, we know that we need legislative action to advance responses to traffic, but we know also that Fayetteville and Wilmington both have received these exceptions, which allow them to dispatch non-sworn officers to minor traffic incidents. Fayetteville, for example, has approximately 10 non-sworn staff who respond to minor incidents in abandoned vehicles. They have been able to divert 30% of their traffic calls to this team. Another area is alarms. How can we reduce the number of false alarms by requiring more compliance from our alarm companies and considering alternate responses? Last year, Durham Police Department responded to over 50,000 residential and commercial alarms. The vast majority of those alarm calls were false. Fewer than 1% indicate any actual break-in occurred, and the vast majority of those calls where break-in did occur, an on-scene arrest was not made. So we're researching ways to put the onus on alarm companies to verify calls before dispatching police responders, also considering how to respond to unverified calls, including whether to consider alternative responders other than sworn officers. The next three are related to mental health and really are the ones that are least developed at this point. And you'll see when we talk about the timeline that we have sufficient time to develop these. Improving mental health 911 data. We talked about this in January, the inability for us to really distinguish those calls at the beginning. And so what we want to improve is how do we identify and track 911 calls involving mental health needs before dispatch? How to identify and track response to 911 calls by responders in the field, and how to consistently and appropriately apply mental health related codes in both of these moments. So this would involve some kind of simple diagnostic tool. So this work is crucial to us understanding the appropriate response allocations and to enhance our ability to send the appropriate personnel type. Number 5 is mental health remote responders. The plan is to embed nurse practitioners and mental health clinicians into the 911 call center who will respond remotely to a subset of non-critical calls. And the last one being the mental health in-person responders. This is moving more towards a cahoots model where you have crisis workers as well as other mental health professionals going out to calls that are required, that do not require an armed response. So here's the pilot timeline. I would say that I would not get caught up in the exact dates, which we don't have exact dates here anyway, but we're looking at these in terms of, when do we think we can get these pilots underway? So first you see pilot 1, phase 1 is implementation of enhanced data collection of 911 calls with mental health. That work is already underway. And this is something that we will need to finish before we focus on the mental health pilots. The phase 2 in the summer would be implementation of remote responses to subset of non-critical calls. This would include remote response to telephone response unit, How do we use one call, P2C, which is the online tool, and remote swarm response. Just pointing out the difference between P2C, which is the online form, and remote sworn response is if a resident wants to report, they can report directly online. The remote response, sworn response, is when a police officer calls the resident for information versus driving to the resident's home or to a place of business. Phase 2 would be implementation of an in-person responses to non-critical calls. This is where we mentioned, traffic calls, abandoned vehicles, false alarms. That would be a phase. Obviously, that requires a little more work than the first two I mentioned. And then finally, spring 22 would be implementation of an in-person response to critical calls. And obviously, this is the one that will require the most work in getting this pilot ready to start. It is really focused on mental health. And again, it may start off in the pilot phase as a co-response. But ultimately, if you want to implement something like Cahoots, it would be totally non-sworn or response to mental health concerns. So that is focus 1. Focus 2 would be community collaboration. And so this would be collaborating with community members to identify and test new approaches to public safety. This department will serve as the city's main staffing resource and support for the Community Safety and Wellness Task Force. Of course, this department's first priority in community collaboration will be with the Community Safety and Wellness Task Force. We believe that it's essential that we work together. We have been very much involved with the task force as they have organized. We've also looked at, and as you all know, the city council members know, that there is an alignment between some of the work that's included in the Community Safety and Wellness Task Force work and the pilots that we have listed here today. So focus area 3 would be building, managing, and evaluating partnerships that promote a safer Durham. This department will take on oversight and management of the following contracts and interlocal agreements that were previously funded in the Durham Police Department. Those include the Administrative Office Courts, the Joint City County Gang Reduction Strategy, and as I've mentioned, the Clinical Social Worker and Bull City United Violence Interrupters Contract. So based on the work conducted today, the current budget request provides the necessary resources for the department to begin small-scale pilots and to support the Safety and Wellness Task Force and manage the contracts. Additional resources may be identified during the plan and implementation of the pilots, and to ensure that we actually come back to City Council with any recommendation and needs for funding. We are committed to coming back at the end of the second quarter with a report on the status of the pilots as well as the other work, and share any resource needs. So that is the end of my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Johnson, and thank you to Chief Davis. Colleagues, I think I like to do it like this. Why don't we start with questions, and then we'll follow up with any comments and recommendations that council members might have. If you have questions for Chief Davis or Ms. Johnson, let me know. Councilmember Freeland.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to echo what Councilmember Freeman said. Chief Davis, you are going to be very much missed. And thank you for being here. Thank you for that wonderful presentation, both of Chief Davis and Ms. Johnson. This is really exciting to me. Seeing the layout really helps me envision what's possible. I'm particularly excited about the community design strategist. Made me think about that quote, the closest to the pain should be the closest to the power, and having, an intentional strategy in the department that seeks that feedback and input from community is really important to me. I had a question about I'm looking at the pilot model. I'm loving the kind of data-driven pilot model. And I saw the 6 pilots that you mentioned. I think that's a really good start, and wondering if scaling that is possible. And I'm particularly thinking about, I remember when the violence interrupter program was brought before council, we kind of had like three options. There was like the, focusing on one area, then on one end, and then there was a middle option, and then there was a max option. We went with the max option. And what I've seen here feels like a really good start, but I'm curious if it's possible to scale what's here and do more in this space.
If if I understand your question correctly, these are small scale pilots, and so I would take one as an example that I'm most familiar with. Yes, you can do larger scale pilots. For example, instead of piloting something during a certain time of the day or during a certain time of the week, if you had more resources, you would pilot that at different times of the day, different times of the week, for a more accurate data based on the conditions during those times. So yes, you can scale up pilots, but I would not be able to speak to the details, particularly around the mental health pilots. But that is something we could certainly think about and come back to you on.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Johnson. Was I correct in seeing that there was like one clinical social worker that we're looking to hire and bring on as staff? Is that correct?
So we have two clinicians. Both of those are contracts. So those are contracts. One is an existing contract in the police department, and one, it would be a new contract, but it is a contract. And so you can use those for more hours if needed, or fewer hours. It's not a person, it's a contract.
Okay. Yeah, well, I guess my biggest takeaway from the presentation is this is awesome, but I know that there's an urgent need in our community around public safety. And if I had a choice between, one or two contracts for a clinical social worker to be deployed to try to gather information about what pilots work and make sense to potentially scale it, if I had an option between one or two of those folks and 10 or 12 of those folks, I would like to cast a wide net to meet the need in the community. And I'm curious about, I'd be curious to see options for considering this on the small end of what's possible when we launch this new department. Those are kind of my thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And I would just also, as a reminder, the last pilot is not scheduled to start until the spring. So we will be coming back to you before then with any additional resource needs as we continue to design those pilots.
Got it. Okay, I have more questions, but I know some of my colleagues will want to jump in.
Go ahead, council member.
Okay.
If you have more, please do.
Okay, cool. This question is for Chief Davis. I was curious about, I know there were, I think, 5 positions that are coming from the police department to help staff the new community safety and wellness department. I'm curious, could you talk a little bit about those 5 positions and what that means for the police department to let go of those?
So our department, like the other departments in city government, were asked to look where we could potentially make reductions to help support not just this initiative, but just as a budget sort of ask. And we looked very carefully at where we could afford to lose, officers that, not saying that the work isn't needed, but we took a careful look at the position that's in professional standards. Instead of filling that position, we saw where we could have a sort of electronic service for transcribing. And that was a spot that was sort of a low-hanging fruit. We had 2 vacant motorcycle officer positions. While those officers have regular patrol duties, they do a lot of escorts as well. And not saying that escorts aren't important, but we saw where we could manage with the 6 and maybe not take on as many escorts as we have in the past. So, and then we had 2 additional vacancies. And of course, you know, we have vacancies in the police department anyway. And as we aggressively try to fill our vacancies, trying to recover from last year, we know that it'll be sometime next year before we fill them all, you know, with anticipating, you know, classes coming up. So we looked at areas where it would have the least impact on the department to help support that initiative.
Thank you. And how many vacancies currently exist today in the police department, unfilled?
It's
vacancies?
approximately, hold on a minute, I have that right here. So today we have 79 vacancies.
79, wow.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, council member. Other colleagues? Questions for Chief Davis or Ms. Johnson at this point? Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and colleagues. Good to see y'all, fellow Thundercats and everybody watching. Chief Davis, good to see you. I want to echo comments of my colleagues lauding you. You'll get plenty of it, I'm sure, in the waning days and even as you move. I do want to say for the record, Chief Davis, you're part of a cadre of law enforcement leaders around the country that are not bucking or pushing back at the notion of rethinking policing, but are actually cooperating with chiefs like you and Chief Arredondo. There's a handful that we can identify around the country that are part of that cadre. And I want to thank you for being a conversation partner and what is so needed in our country. There's some of you, but there's not a lot of you. And Durham, take heed. Mess around and find out if you want to. There are not a whole lot of chiefs in the country that are on the market that are as amenable and open to the type of conversations we're having in this city. We'll find that out. So as we approach this process and as we go on, and we're going to be all right. We got a great city manager. We've got an incredible team who's going to get us a good police chief. But I want to say very seriously that we need to keep in context in context and in clear relief what we had and Chief Davis and those type of chiefs around the country come at a premium. So thank you, man, for your service. And I told my friends in Memphis already that you act up if you want to, we'll snatch you right back. So I want to thank the city manager and your team for taking what is a clearly palpable and live issue and putting flesh on these bones. And you've done it magnificently. And I think we should trust our manager, our newly minted, newly hired city manager that still has the new city manager smell in her office and on her. I think we should trust her to guide this process. One of the things, when I buy a plane ticket, I choose the destination I want to go to. I buy the ticket and I sit on the plane and I get to my destination. I don't knock on the door and, offer the pilot my take on approach vectors for landing. I just sit down and I choose where I want to go and let the professional pilot. We've got some great professional pilots guiding this craft. I want to say about this department, I'm excited about the work. I think it's necessary work. But I do want to offer a caveat about the excitement and the celebration of the department. I'm a local guy. I'm not a member of Congress. I'm not aspiring Congress. I'm just a local politician. So everything that I do, everything that I take into consideration when it comes to Durham my question is, what is the Durham fix? What is Durham's need? What is it being addressed in Durham? So when I look at this department and I think about Durham and Durham's participation in this national discussion, and whatever the national discussion is, there's always got to be a Durham corollary. When we talk about UBI, I know is like a national thing, but the question is, how does it fit Durham? What Durham population should be served? Violence interruption is a national thing, but the question is, what does it look like for Durham? Because I'm a local guy. So this department for me, one of the questions I ask is, what is the local fix for Durham? Even as we participate in the national conversation, what's this doing for Durham? And, and alas, we're finally going to address the inordinate number of people that have been murdered by the Durham Police Department over the years, unarmed people. Finally, we're going to address the inordinate number of people that had mental health issues that have been gunned down by the Durham Police Department. I'm glad we're finally addressing that. And if you think I'm being cheeky, if you say one is too many, I agree with you. And whatever that number is that the Durham Police Department has, that threshold has been crossed. If that number, however high or low you think it is, warrants a whole new department and a whole reimagining of our org chart, whatever the number is in Durham, how much more so should gunfire and people getting shot in our city warrant this type of dramatic, nuanced, multifaceted response? The question for me is, as important as this now, and listen, I called for unarmed responders last year. So every substantive part of this department, you're not going to find utterances of me on the record against it. I support everything this department is doing. But what are we trying to fix in Durham? What is the Durham iteration of this problem? And however many people our police department have brutalized, however many people our police department have shot, however many national headlines Durham has made in the last 5 to 10 years because our police departments emptied a magazine and somebody put their hands up, whatever that number is, if this is the response that's appropriate for it, for the Durham number, where's the equal response for gunfire in our city? Because respectfully, whatever the research has been, whatever control groups, whatever amount of penetration folk have done to arrive that this is what we need to be doing, in the circles I hang in, I promise you, when the question is asked, and it's just an essay question, not a fill in the blank question, no one has ever said to me, Councilman, what we need are unarmed folk coming out here to deal with this gunfire. Not one. That's not to say that this isn't important, because it is. And Durham can lead in a national conversation. But as we celebrate this new undertaking, this new initiative, one of the questions and it's brilliant, and our staff has taken what we've asked for, and they've done a brilliant job. And we should be able to tell our friends to accept yes as an answer. We're going to have unarmed responders in Durham. We have a whole new department. Brilliant. Let's take yes for an answer, and let's let the professionals now fly this aircraft. When I look at the department, one of my questions, and you can take it rhetorical or you can answer it, Chief or staff, are any of these 15 people going to respond when somebody hears gunfire? Are any of, and if not, that's the headline in Durham. So even as we build capacity, even as we add to, and listen, we need to have a robust response, a menu of responses as a government. We need to be able to keep Black and brown and mentally challenged people alive. We can do that. And we also need to respond if the Proud Boys want to storm the city center. I want both. I want the ability to do both, because here's what I know. When you talk to people who are not part of the professional organizing class, who are not in City Hall, who don't have mailing lists, who don't do phone banking, you ask them what their issue is and what their problems are. We know what the list is. We know what the litany of things is that people rattle off in Durham. So as we celebrate this department, I just want to put out there and contextualize it that there's still a whole group of folk who literally don't understand what this is about. And that doesn't mean that it's not important. There's a whole group of folk in our city that are still training their children to jump in bathtubs, not because a mentally ill person's banging on their door, but because an AK-47 is being fired, because a 9mm is being fired outside their door. And until we look at this not as a zero-sum game. I reject zero-sum game politics, where success on one end has to mean, loss on another. I reject that. This is Durham. We're the 4th most educated city in America. Whatever we're doing in this department, I think we have to also hold it in tension with what we've done in other areas. I think that, and I'm not talking about Chief Davis personally, but chiefs of Chief Davis's ilk, of that mindset, have been great partners in helping us get to where we need. We spend too much money on police. But we also understand that for folk watching this debate on the outside, watching us, who may not be initiating to all the nuances of the conversation, when they see us do this in this area, and they ask me, you know, is the Durham Police Department shooting people like that? Real questions. Is Durham getting attention for killing folk? When they ask me questions like that, and when they ask me questions like, so y'all got a whole new department for this and putting money in it, but you can't try ShotSpotter to save my baby for free. Real question. You talking about, wasn't ShotSpotter supposed to be a pilot? Wasn't that supposed to be an experiment? And I said, well, you know, we're deliberative. I go through myself, we're a deliberative body, you know, we talk. But I said, well, which one of those folk are gonna come when my baby's in the bathtub in the new department? Real questions. So even as we celebrate this, even as we fed it and we laud it and we fund it, and we should, let us be muted in our celebration and be mindful that at the end of the day, none of these people in this department are going to respond when gunfire that will go off tonight in our city that will be unreported. You know, we're looking at a 911 department and we're getting data points from a 911 department that itself is being understaffed. I have to ask, are some of our data points being affected by the staffing issues in the 911 department? Would our data look different if we had a fully staffed 911 department? So I want to congratulate Manager Page and Bertha and the entire team, and those of us in our public square that have pushed Durham to lead and to take up an important part in this national conversation. But at the end of the day, we work for Durham and we work in Durham. And the question is, because I'm not interested in just being on somebody's national honor roll. I don't care about accolades from any national group. I want to know, because I'm a local guy, I'm accountable to the people of Durham, what is the Durham fix and what does it look like for Durham? And fortunately, we have a team of experts, of pilots who have taken the cue, have taken up the call, and I think are doing it in a responsible, safe, effective way, guiding us into this conversation, tailoring it and contouring it for Durham. And I think we should just let the plane be flown because we've chosen the destination. That's our job. We've chosen the destination and now our staff is doing it. And I want to thank them for it. And I just want to remind us that when we pass this new department, gunfire will still be going off in our city every night and children will still be jumping in bathtubs. What new department will we propose for that? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Council Member. Other colleagues? Anyone else? Questions or comments for Chief Davis or Ms. Johnson? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a great presentation. I want to thank you, Bertha, and Chief Davis for this work. And I'm really excited about putting some real specifics on the Community Safety Department and the pilots that y'all are proposing. The couple of pilots that we are planning for the next year seem really well thought out. I like, being able to see the timeline so that we can communicate clearly with community members about when to expect different pieces. And yeah, I mean, I think this is, it's really innovative work. And I'm really glad that Durham is a leader in this area and that we're going to be able to really do these projects in a way that feels significant. I share Councilmember Freeland's questions around scale. I feel like there are some opportunities here to scale up some of these pilots initially. I think there are some opportunities to do a little bit more. And I don't want us to bite off more than we can chew. I think it is good to start small and then scale up from there. But there has been, we have done a lot of research. We have a lot of data. I think we have a lot of good knowledge already about the kinds of calls that we're getting that these unarmed responders could handle. And so I would also like to see a little bit more, a little bit more introductory pilot, like a little bit broader scale for what we're moving forward. I think what we have is great, but I think that we could do more with more resources. The question of, you know, how to resource the department, I also think is really important, right? Like we are, for me, the goal of this, there are multiple goals of this work, but one of the key pieces is moving some of the work that our police department is doing into unarmed response for a couple of reasons. You know, wanting to invest more on the prevention and the intervention side than the enforcement side more generally, but also because we're taking work away from what police are being asked to do. Like if we're able to divert a significant number of our traffic calls, like you said, they've diverted 30% in Fayetteville, which is fabulous. I hadn't heard that before. That we need fewer resources in the police department because we are moving those duties along with those resources over to unarmed response. I think that it's important to resource the department initially. Like I'm much less concerned that we give these folks too much than that we give them too little. And with any sort of like new and innovative program, I think we I want us to set it up for success. I want the resources that staff need to be there when they need them. And I want to make sure that we are providing those resources initially so that we can draw on them and we can scale up the pilots without a whole lot of extra work. I appreciated Bertha hearing about all the other resources that are in the department that aren't listed in the budget document. And it's really great to see all the community folks who are coming together and who are excited about this work, the folks from Duke, the Fuse Fellows. Like this feels like a community effort, which is really great. But I know that we are going to need more resources in the department, and I believe that those resources should come from the police department because that is the work that we are moving, is the work of police. We have a lot of vacancies in the police department, and we've talked about that a lot. I understand that, and from talking to Wanda, that that moving all of the vacancies to community safety wouldn't be reasonable, that we need to fill some of those vacancies and try to get more folks into the department. But I think that it would be reasonable to at least earmark some positions in police department for a future transfer, and not in this fiscal year. So not in the far future, but to plan to transfer additional positions in this fiscal year, and to at least make sure if we don't move them at the beginning of the year, if we wait to see what the department comes back with in a couple of months about what resources they need, to at least make sure that those positions aren't going to be filled in the police department, so that we don't have a situation where we're scrambling for resources mid-year, where we know that there will be some resources available that we could easily transfer at that point. I think it makes sense to just move them over into community safety, because I know that that's where I want those people hired. I want to hire more people in community safety. But I understand that that waiting to see exactly what the staff tell us that they need is also a reasonable, that's a reasonable approach to how we move forward towards staffing the department. But I would at least like to, I don't want to fill all 70 something of those vacancies with police officers. I want us to make sure that we have positions in the police department reserved for community safety to move later in the fiscal year. I think that the asset we've gotten from community of moving, at the time, I think the 60 officers was proposed because it was approximately 10% of the police department. And in conversations with City Manager Page and with my colleagues, I feel like that 10% number it's a good start. Like, it feels like a good down payment on what we need to do. I'm hoping that the community safety department will be able to handle more than 10% of what our police are doing in the future. But I think that moving that, having an initial goal of moving that 10%, and my suggestion was that we do that over the next 3 fiscal years, is a good down payment on that work. Having a community safety department that's about 10% the size of the police department and can take over a significant amount of their work in 3 years feels like a real success to me. Like, if we had that level of resources in alternative response, I think we would be doing something really significant and visionary, and it would make a huge difference. So that's what I think we should plan for. That's what our goal should be. And I look forward to hearing my colleagues' thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Other colleagues, questions or comments? Councilmember Middleton.
Mr. Mayor, I think I saw Councilmember Freeman's hand go up. I'll yield if that's okay. I've already spoken.
Sure. Councilmember Freeman, did you have your hand up?
Yes, thank you. I can appreciate the Councilmember Freeland's and Mayor Pro Tem Johnson's questions and thoughts, and I want to thank Ms. Bertha Johnson and Chief Davis for the presentation. I'm mindful that this is a critical juncture point, and I really am I'm really open to the conversation, but I'm not open to just doing what one person thinks. And I'm mindful that there are a lot of folks in this community who don't necessarily understand. And I know that the conversation should be happening more broadly. And I'm looking forward to that happening over the next few months or years or what have you. I'm grateful that the staff is being innovative in this work. And I know that their work, and especially with the leadership of Madam Page, I'm mindful that this is not about a win. This is about, what makes us safe. And I'm very concerned about how we get there. I'm very concerned about the ways in which we use our platforms to kind of push us there, as opposed to working with one another to get there. And so just noting, like, I'm very aware of just how much gun violence, is involved in our community. I'm very aware of issues around domestic violence, rape, child abuse, all of those things. And I'm also mindful that police brutality has to stop, like, seriously. I'm not quite clear on why the pilot wouldn't be where we start and then we see where we could go. So I'm definitely trying to understand, and other than making a point of making a down payment on a promise you made, what would be the purpose of adding? I could hear the one more social worker. There would need to be, hear me when I say this, the dollars be spent on government services should be very intentional. And if we're going to talk about 60 over 3 years, or even an additional 5, those need to be really specific, because you're turning one system off. You're not just setting a pilot. You're actually trying to say that in 3 years, this is what's going to happen. And if it isn't successful, what does that look like? And who's harmed by that? Because I know that more often than not, the people who are challenged in this criminal legal system and the police brutality look like my children. They look like my sons specifically. And I'm really more vested in how to be successful and effective than at how it looks. And so I'm mindful that I don't speak in prose, and I don't speak in very, like punts or pundits. Like, I'm really like, this is about my neighbors, and my very neighbor who has apparently been shot by three different guns. She had 3 different bullets removed from her body. Something is seriously wrong here. And I really think that the community health and safety department is the direction we should go, but I think we should be going with our neighbors. I think we should be going with the folks who are directly impacted. And I hear that I'm mindful that this is the 4th most educated, city in the United States. And I know that we should be ingenuitive enough to come up with a solution. It does not mean that you just make demands and that is it. So I just want to make sure that we're taking the right steps to figure out what the solutions should look like and how they operate. Thank you.
Councilmember Caballero.
Good morning, everyone. Also, thank you for my excused absence yesterday. I was able to travel and actually see my mom after 18 months. So that was a glorious thing to be able to do.
I'll just say that the video of your entrance into your mom's house was one of the most fabulous videos I've seen in a long time.
I can send it to other colleagues, but she told me I was not allowed to put it on social media because it was mostly just her sobbing for 20 minutes.
Yes, it was lovely.
So good morning. I just wanted to share my thoughts because I've had some pretty in-depth conversations with Manager Page. I've thought about this issue a lot. And I think for me and I said this when we got our 911 data, it was really illuminating for me to see where these 911 calls are coming from. And I said it then that there was, 2 things. I think that I want the ability to be able, as we see the pilot information coming through, I want to thank staff. I think it's a great plan. It's super intentional. It's exactly the direction that I think not just council, but many in our community have indicated they want to see our community move towards, which is a different approach to safety in general. It's a more holistic, it's a more compassionate view of our own humanity, right? It's instead of a punitive response, it's really looking to figure out how do we stop punishing people and how do we actually help people solve the problems in their lives and have a more dignified quality of life. That is my fundamental basis for all of this. And I think that there's 2 things I want to always be, and I've said this to the folks who are the activists, and I've said it to city staff, I want to be methodical and I want to be intentional. And so I think this plan in front of us does both. I also want the option when we hear the information to be able to move those positions out of police and be nimble, because that is the department that it makes sense for it to move from. I also know that when we move things like traffic response and some of these other, mental health parts of the job that I think, my guess is most police officers did not sign up to do the work. We heard that they feel overwhelmed at the type of response that they, the types of calls that they're getting, that they don't necessarily feel equipped, and it's not necessarily why they went to the job. What I do know is that I want more police officers doing the response, the rape kits and things like that. And so when we take something off their plate and put it in a different department, it lets our police officers actually focus on the core work that we need them to do, which is to solve and investigate for violent crime. So to me, it's a win-win, because we're allowing our police officers to do their core work because they're not responding to parts of the job that they didn't sign up for and is not necessarily it's not a good fit. It's not in alignment. It's like when we ask educators to be, nurses and counselors, that's not what their job is. Their job is to educate children. And so I want to be really clear in what my intent is and what my position is, which is that I know that if we clear some of this other work from our police officers, we are going to get a better response. We are going to have police officers who are ready to solve the violent crime in our community. And we're going to get better outcomes on the violence that we're seeing now that so many of us are afraid of. Councilmember Middleton, you're right. The gun crime in the city is really intense. When we first moved to Durham, we heard shots around my house pretty frequently, and then it kind of went away. And this year especially, we've heard things very close to our house. We've seen gunfire coming off our street. My kids have seen the lights. So I get it. I understand that we are in a very violent moment in our city, but I don't think we can continue on the path that we've done before, because the work that we've done before has failed because we're still seeing the gun violence. So we have to look for a different future. And so I appreciate what staff has done. I also want to be able to reallocate positions if that's what the pilots indicate in the middle of the year and not wait until next year. How that happens, I will trust staff, but I just want to share with my colleagues in the community that if in a first quarter, second quarter, it's clear that we have some good, we've run our pilots, there's some good information. I want to be able to move those positions out of the police department and staff what we need to staff and community in the new community safety and wellness department.
Thank you very much, Council Member. Other colleagues? I see both Councilmember Reese and Councilmember Middleton, but I think I'll go with Councilmember Reese and
Sir, I'll yield, sir.
let him, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for not making me follow him. That's always a bad plan, friends. Although it's hard enough to go after Councilmember Caballero, especially when she's talking about how great it was to visit her mom. I had that experience a couple weeks ago. I didn't have good video like that, but I had good experiences. So I hope we can all have those experiences soon. I'm just so grateful to be on a body in a board with folks like all of y'all. We don't all agree on everything. We don't all agree on how to get to where we're trying to go, but we all want to be in the same place, in a city that is safer, where folks feel free to call for help when they need it. One of the things that I've figured out as a part of this process over the last couple of years is something that I just wasn't aware of not too long ago. And that is that there are tons of folks in our community who aren't comfortable calling 911 when they experience a mental health emergency. I didn't know that because I am safely ensconced in layers of wealth and privilege that shield me from having to worry about that. If I had a mental health crisis in my house, I would call 911 and I would be safe and secure in the knowledge that I would be treated with respect and dignity by whoever showed up. That should be the experience of every member, every resident of this city. And for far too many of our residents, it's not. They just don't feel that safe doing it. And this experience has taught me that. And so if nothing else has been accomplished, I learned something. And so I think that's pretty cool. But that's not the only thing we're doing. We have all made a commitment together, all 7 of us, to advance this work in this way, to make sure that we develop unarmed responses to the types of things that our police officers don't need to be doing and probably aren't that interested in doing. I'm stunned when I hear folks talk to me in the community about seeing police officers with big brooms sweeping off debris from car crashes on our streets. There's no reason for a police officer to be doing that. They should be ready out in the community, talking to folks about their safety needs and investigating crimes and responding to urgent 911 calls, not taking notes about who bumped into whose bumper, not filling out reports that insurance companies require, certainly not sweeping the streets after these accidents to clear debris. Those are things that other folks can do. And as we create capacity in city government in this new department to do some of those things, to respond to mental health crises in a way that does not engender the concern that many of our community members face, when we create capacity to let officers not have to do some of the bookkeeping, some of the sweeping that I've seen them and that I've heard folks telling me about after automobile crashes, and in lots of other ways, big and small, we reduce the number of calls, the sheer number of calls that police officers respond to. And when I talk to folks about it, that seems to be a huge problem. The sheer number of calls that our officers respond to, going from call to call, to the extent that we can shave some of those off for them and put those calls into areas that don't require an armed response. That seems to me the exactly the kind of low hanging fruit that local government is charged with doing. Now, some of this stuff we can do soon. Some of this is going to require a legislative response. The good news is we've got precedent for it, and I hope that our city and other communities around the state who are considering these types of changes can get these kinds of local bills, or maybe even a statewide law that allows communities to be very intentional about doing this kind of thing. That's work we're going to have to work with our legislative delegation, and I know Kamisha Wallace will be helping us move towards that type of legislative action. But in the meantime, I'm so excited about the work of this group, this particular department. Want to thank our staff for moving us in that direction, and for being prepared to stand up this department. On staffing levels, I think we've got some work to do as a group to figure out how we want to go forward. My own view, as I've said publicly and privately to some folks, is that I think a 15-person head count on day one for this department looks like the right number to me. I think the org chart shows that we've got some capacity to do a number of small scale pilots very soon, that we've got the staff we need to manage the development of new pilots, the maintenance of existing relationships like the Violence Interrupter Program and others that we've got. I think 15 is probably a good place to start. But I truly believe in my heart of hearts that if we end this fiscal year with the department having a headcount of 15, we will have failed to meet this moment. And I just truly believe that we need to figure out some way to get more resources into this department at mid-year. And I look to my colleagues and our staff to figure out the right way to do that. But if we end the upcoming fiscal year and we haven't added more staff to this department, I just don't know that we're setting ourselves up for success. And I respect the fact that the proposal from staff about the department recognizes that likelihood, but I also respect the views that I've heard from my colleagues about the need to be concrete in our commitment to this work. And so I'm open to hearing from my colleagues about that. But I think fundamentally, I think Councilmember Middleton is right to call our attention to what we're actually trying to accomplish here. I think it's right that we create this unarmed response for mental health crises, because I know there are folks in our community that would call 911 about a mental health emergency if they knew that there was something else that could happen aside from armed police officers showing up. I know that our officers are doing work in relation to car crashes around the city that they don't need to be doing. But I also know that if we give that work to other folks who are not armed, that will free up our officers to respond to the calls they really need to be responding to, and respond without having been overwhelmed by pushing a broom on our street beforehand, that they can really focus their energy on what matters. That, I think, is what local government is about, is making sure that we put the right people in the right position to make our community better and keep us safe. I think that's what this department will do. I'm ecstatic about the work, but I understand that we've got lots of other problems too that we also need to put energy into. Appreciate that call to action, and look forward to a conversation about how we can, the mechanisms we need to use as a group to make sure that those resources get in the department. The last thing I want to say about it, and I appreciate your patience with me talking through this, is that our budgets need to reflect what we think is actually going to happen. I think I appreciate staff's recognition that sometime in the middle of the year, we're going to have another conversation about this department. But I also know that we have in the past set up mid-year adjustments when we pass the budget initially. Whether it's been mid-year pay adjustments that we knew we were going to have to do, we set aside the money for it and we did it, or lots of other times that we have talked about what we're going to do mid-year. I think we can figure out some way to do that now that gives the department a little bit more runway, and it's certainly possible that the department will need more, and they can kind of talk to us about that. But I think adding additional resources, triggering those in the current budget, but having them not be available until mid-year is something we should seriously think about. But as I said, We'll probably have 7 different opinions about how to handle that. I trust this group and our staff to guide us toward consensus. I think that's what I wanted to say. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, before we do another round here, let me just, part of my job is to try to figure out a way for us to shape this discussion and move it to some conclusion, as well as to remind us that we have a big agenda this morning. But this is a super important topic, and there's been so much discussion about it among ourselves over the months in our community. And so I want to try to figure out a way to give our staff some guidance and to move us ahead. And I want to give everybody else a chance to address this issue this morning. I will just say to you that the longer we address this issue, the shorter I'm expecting you all to be talking on the other items today, because we do have a deadline, and I will be counting on you for that. Okay. So as I say, I know that we have lots of opinions on this. We need to give our staff some guidance. So I'm going to suggest that if there's someone who has a motion that they would like to put forward, that we could at least begin talking about, and then we can have another round of discussion. If there is no motion, I think the best thing to do at this point would be to hear any final comments from people, and then we can take this up at a later time. I am mindful of the fact that helping our staff get direction is important. Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, to speak directly to your query or direction, I think the staff has done exactly what we've asked them to do already. And I'm fully prepared to affirm what the staff has done. I think they've been responsive, and I think they've been on point. And I want to share Councilmember Reese's accolades and feelings about this board. I feel really grateful and privileged to be part of this deliberative body. And I think we're having an important discussion. You know, leadership is Latin for sometimes you have to piss your friends off. roughly translated. And why can't we just tell our friends that you should take yes for an answer? And you know, respectfully, I have no idea where that 60 number 20 per year comes from. I have no idea about the calculus. I haven't seen the science. I haven't seen the research. It seems arbitrary. And here's the danger we're running. We've done a good thing here. But I think the danger we're running is to appear that we're trying to win something beyond the sacred and important goal. And I think those optics they gnaw at our credibility. They gnaw at the gravitas of this body. Listen, I don't know where that 20 comes from. And we've gotten pretty granular in this conversation, you know, about what police do at the street. Listen, I've done ride-alongs where I thought it looked like it was a routine traffic accident. And it turns out that what happened, the reason why the car got into an accident is because there was a domestic violence dispute, or the person was criminally intoxicated. So the moment in between there's an accident that might look routine, by the time you get to sweeping up the debris, you have no idea what's going on in that car. I have no place getting that granular or getting that deep a level of discussion about policing. I don't think any of us on this board do, actually. That's why we have a Wanda Page. That's why we have a Sarah Lynn Davis. That's why we have a professional staff that we create the vision, articulate the values for, and let them do their work. And I think we're running the risk of appearing, of serving a master other than the people of Durham. Absent the display of what that 20 people, and by the way, Fayetteville, and I talked to my friends in Fayetteville, they're not drawing down the size of their police department. They're adding capacity. They're adding tools to their toolbox. What they're doing is creating an ecosystem whereby they can respond with non-sworn officers. Fayetteville's got a gun problem too. The gun problem isn't going away because we have mental health responders. What they're trying to do is to increase their capacity to respond to those other things, not diminish it because we've moved something from one part of the org chart to another part of the org chart. And respectfully, absent the calculus, absent the science, absent the underlying research that buttresses and undergirds that number 20, 60 officers, it appears as though we're genuflecting at an altar outside of Durham. And respectfully, the city of Durham and the municipal workforce of Durham is not window dressing, and it's not a prop for any program or any campaign for self-aggrandizement or to get accolades from some people outside of Durham. What is the Durham tailored response? Where's that number come from? Who came up with it? Where are the experts that we should base that our decision on that, as opposed to Wanda Page and our team? I will not outsource the protection of 300,000 people. I will not outsource the governance of an entire city to 2 organizations. I'll have no parts of it. And I think we should tell our friends to accept yes as an answer. We've won. We got a whole department. And as bureaucracies go, if this department follows the path that bureaucracies usually follow, it's gonna get bigger organically. It's gonna, because that's what happens in bureaucracies. Departments grow. Every one of our departments, almost across our org chart, have positions that are empty. The police department's positions aren't empty because we've finished. The police department's positions aren't empty because, oh, we don't need them. They're empty because there's a morale issue. There's empty because we're not competitive in pay. There are people retiring. Think about pouring water into a bucket with a hole at the bottom of it. Those numbers don't represent expansion. They represent stabilizing, trying to hold on to where we are. And until we explain respectfully how this department is somehow, because if we've been doing the same thing relative to gun violence, so this is this is department that after it's running for a couple of years, we can expect to see gun violence go down. Is this our answer to the people of Durham? So respectfully, without the science behind those numbers, I'm going to trust Wanda Page, and I'm going to trust our staff who have delivered what we've asked. They have done precisely what we've asked. We've won. This department is now going to be codified. It's going to be staffed. It's going to get more money as the years go on, and we still aren't trying shot spotting. So we're doing what they've asked. I think we should trust the pilots to fly this plane because we've already told it where to go, and it's going there. And I'm very proud of the work. So my recommendation is to do what the staff has asked us, has proposed to us in response to what we've asked them to do. If we're going to start putting computing proposals to what our staff has done, bring the science, because I haven't seen it. I've just seen arbitrary numbers based upon dogma and ideological entrenchment like I've never seen before. And I work at a church, mind you. I trust my staff. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Freelon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, colleagues. I have an idea for a motion that I just wanted to, I'm not making a motion, it's an idea for motion specifically in response to your question for that. So I'm thinking about a motion to direct staff to ask them to put 3 options, this is the longest motion ever, 3 options together similar to the violence interrupter. I'm trying to work from the precedent that I know in my short time on council. I enjoyed being able to look at, here's what it looks like to go in one geographic region with X amount of folks. Here's what it looks like to double that. And there was discussion around that and disagreement. We reached a consensus to take the max option. But I would be curious to see, to bring it back to staff, to ask Wanda and her team to look at what scaling the department might entail with what was presented today as the smallest option, with 2 more at least to consider for us to look at, taking into consideration some of what my colleagues Johnson and Reese have said about giving us the capacity to scale after we see what some of the numbers in the data reveal, after our first or second quarterly report. I don't know what that looks like, but that's kind of where my head's at in terms of emotion.
Thank you. That wasn't the longest motion ever. I made a lot longer motions than that myself.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Freeman.
I would not like to waste staff time and acknowledging that I think we're at a juncture where folks are on board with the option that staff has already presented. I would like to offer a friendly amendment to that motion and just note that we either go with that option or the option to add the mid-year adjustment, I think, as Councilmember Reese mentioned, because I think that's really just the difference.
Thank you. I'm going to just say we're still discussing here. Yeah, but thank you. Colleagues, other thoughts? Councilmember Middleton?
Yeah, I would put into consideration a motion to do what the staff has already asked us, which would have been regular order if we just go ahead and approve the budget with it in it. So my motion is to honor what we've asked the staff to do and what they've done. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Council Member. I've heard three different people speak. I've heard three different things.
I would second that motion if it needed a second.
Okay, then Councilmember Middleton, do you have a motion that you'd like to make?
I move that we affirm the recommendation the staff has brought before us regarding the new community safety task force. Department of Public Safety.
First of all, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Councilmember Caballero?
Yeah, I'm confused as to what would this, I mean, we have a public hearing on the 7th. I'm just curious about process around this motion.
Well, a lot of times we have discussion about items ahead of time that we want to give staff direction on. So, for example, do we want to have a green and equitable infrastructure program that we direct staff to implement, and then we'll take a vote? Or do we want to raise taxes for the housing bond? And so I think this would be just an affirmation of the, whatever we decide today would be an affirmation of what the council wants to direct staff to do.
Okay, thank you for that.
Is that helpful?
Yeah.
Yeah. So nothing's, the vote on the budget isn't really until we vote on the budget. But what we're trying to do is to try to give staff some direction. Sometimes we can do that with a head nod. I don't think today we could probably do that with a head nod. So that's why I'm trying to move in this direction. Is that okay? Yeah. Councilmember Freeland.
I have a question. So hypothetically, if I were to vote nay on this, and then we did another motion, I guess I don't really know my question actually.
Yeah, so if there was a vote, if you were to vote nay on this and this motion failed, then we would look for
What
another
would that
motion.
mean? That's my question.
That makes sense? Yeah. Councilmember Reese?
I think unless we can get a majority, unless we can get 4 votes for some motion today, it seems to me that the current budget proposal is what's before us.
Yes.
And so I think that's kind of where we are, which suggests, I'm not sure, but anyway, I think that's the answer to that specific question. If this motion fails, and if any subsequent motions about this particular issue and on resourcing for this department also fail, then the item that will be before us when we vote on the budget is the current proposal, what the staff has recommended.
Agreed. Councilmember Middleton?
Thank you. Yeah, everything Councilor Reese just said is true. It was true before you asked for motions, Mr. Mayor. So that's true. And if there's no, that's why we take votes to see whether or not a majority will agree with it. But I think there are really 2 issues. There are clearly some of our colleagues who want to make a commitment and honor a commitment to take 60 positions or 20 a year. Then they should do that. You should just stand up and go on record and say that's what we're going to do. Or the other choice is to do what the staff has brought before us. I think that's really the issue here. The drip and drab and the kind of incremental, kind of around the edge approach. Just say it. Just tell the people of Durham that we want to take 20 folks per year and commit it to a community safety department. Or let's honor the work of the staff, the hard work that they've done, the universal work of view that they take. My imagination is that, my assumption is that when the manager makes a proposal, she's not just looking at one small piece. She's looking at the entire city, the health of the organization, population growth, cash flow, all kinds of other things that inform her decision and recommendation. I'm comfortable with going with that. That's the choice. The other choice is to do whatever commitments have been made in other contexts. That's the other choice. And that's what the motion should be. We've already said the staff is already committed to come to us mid-year with further discussion. So there's a breaker, an on-ramp already built in for us to take another look at this, built organically into the process. So everything we've asked for has been given to us. But if we have another goal, then we should say that. Lead, just stand up and say it, or let's do what the staff has brought before us and then have the conversation mid-year. That would be my recommendation. That seems to me clearly what's going on, Mr. Mayor, and that would be my recommendation.
Thank you. All right, colleagues, any other thoughts?
I would call the question.
Any other thoughts, colleagues?
Yeah.
Councilmember Reese.
Yeah, I really appreciate this conversation. I'm happy to proceed to the motion, but I just wanted to make it clear that I have a ton of respect for the work that staff has done. So I have so much respect for the way that this department is set up that I want to make sure that they're set up to succeed. I don't know that I've ever tried to hide what I think I want to do and why I want to do it. I spoke at length about all those things not too long ago, and I'm sad to have to say that I meant what I said, but there it is. I meant what I said. I will be voting no on this motion, not because I don't respect and appreciate and lift up the work of staff, but because I want to make sure they have the resources during this fiscal year to succeed. As I said from the very beginning, I think 15 is the right head count on day one for this department. But if we get to day 365 of the next fiscal year and the head count is still 15, we will have failed. And I believe our budget should reflect, well, at least my vote on the budget will reflect that is my opinion. So that's what I plan to do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Caballero.
I just wanted to uplift what Councilmember Reese said, because that's exactly where I'm at.
Thank you, Councilmember. All right, colleagues, any more comments? I'll just make a brief comment. I am definitely in favor of this motion, and I'm definitely in favor of it because it does contain, the staff's plan does contain the fact that the staff will be bringing back to us in 6 months the recommendations that they need for more staffing. And I fully anticipate that they will bring back the recommendation for more staffing. And at that time, I think it would be very important that the council support that. I fully anticipate that, but I also believe in their expertise and that their recommendations, I think, will really strengthen with the community everything that we want to do. I deeply believe that we are moving in the right direction and that we have a tremendous opportunity here to bring the community together around the need for alternatives to the traditional policing that we have now, and that the traditional responses that we have now. We've done a lot of work to get to this place. Our staff has done a fantastic job of putting together this recommendation. And I feel like this is an issue on which our community is really polarized. And I don't think that's necessary. I think that saying to people now, we're going to take a certain number of police officers out of the police department with nothing specific for them to be doing in this new department. I feel like that's a way to really undercut community confidence in what we're trying to do. I really believe that if, on the other hand, our staff comes to us in mid-year and says, we need a certain number of people to do this, we're recommending, our pilot has shown us that we can have a certain kind of mental health response. That will be a confidence builder for our community, something that I think that everyone will be able to get behind. So that's the way I think is the wisest way to move. All right. Any final comments? Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to fully associate myself with your comments and say, I meant what I said. I believe that the staff has presented a department that is set up to succeed. That's what they do. All they do is win, win, win. Our staff consistently brings us proposals and plans that are set up to succeed. They're programmed that way. It's in their DNA. So I meant what I said. I believe that our staff has taken a universal, comprehensive view of the health of this organization, insulated from politics, insulated from ideology, and have brought us back the most robust, appropriate recommendation that this world-class staff could bring. So with all due respect, I'm not suggesting anybody's saying what something that they don't mean. When it's on the record, it's on the record. But we've heard recommendations bandied about that exceed what the staff has asked for. We've heard numbers bandied about 20, 60. So it's in the record. So I'm responding to that. But I meant what I said. I think the staff has brought us back a rock solid plan, and I intend to support it. And I look forward to the conversation 6 months from now when they come back and ask for more stuff, which we'll probably give them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Council Member. All right, colleagues, there's a motion on the floor. Council Member Freeman?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay. So I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Schul,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson,
No.
Councilmember Caballero,
No.
Councilmember Freelon,
No.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Middleton,
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The motion passes fails 3-4. And so now I'll look for another motion. Again, we're not doing any official, we're not voting on the budget here. We're giving our staff guidance. And so I'll look for another motion so we can give our staff some direction, since we just didn't give them a certain kind of direction. Anybody have one?
I think I can manage that, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would make a motion that the budget for the Community Safety Department and the Durham Police Department reflect a mid-year transfer of 15 additional unfilled vacancies to provide the manpower we're going to need to staff up the Community Safety Department.
All right, is there a
if the
second?
staff needs more guidance on mid-year, I would assume that to mean January 1st, 2022.
Second.
January 1st, 2022.
Isn't that
Okay.
6 months into our fiscal year? July, August,
I see. Okay. Yeah. Gotcha. All right. Will you state your motion again?
Sure. I would move that the budget for the Community Safety Department and the Durham Police Department reflect a mid-year transfer of 15 additional unfilled vacancies in order to provide the Community Safety Department with additional staffing at that time.
Second.
You are muted, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. Any further discussion, colleagues? Councilmember Middleton.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I am fully in support of staffing this department and making it succeed as it's indicated and as the staff gives us direction. I'm going to vote against this motion because I believe that optically it puts this department in a position not to succeed. Precisely because I think we are now creating in this department the same type of conditions that we have critiqued the police department, which we're cannibalizing to support it. If we have a community safety department that goes without filled positions, now we have the exact same situations in this department that we have in the police department, where folk will say, hey, they must not need them, but the fire department needs more folk. General services need more folk. Why would we do that? Who are we trying to please here? I mean, what is that? I'm going to vote against this because I think this department would be better succeed if we demonstrate science-based, data-based need. I think a community safety department with positions unfilled because the staff is trying to make up stuff for these people to do, as opposed to being driven by data and the work that they do. I think we're setting it up for ridicule. I think we're setting it up for failure. I think we're doing violence to the very thing we want to succeed. I don't want a community safety department with a bunch of empty positions so folk can look at that department and say, oh, look, they're just like the police. They must not need those positions, because we do need them and we do need the department. We should vote this motion down. This is optics, this is posturing, and it does not forward the mission in my assessment. You should vote now.
Thank you, Council Member. Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Middleton. I also will be voting no. Just acknowledging, I think we're heading in a path, down a path that is strikingly similar to what we saw or what we've been seeing in other spaces that have been dysfunctional, and I'm concerned. I want to also note that this is really not about policy, it's about politics, and it's unfortunate. I really am mindful that this is there's a national context, there's a state context, and there's also the city context. And I want to make sure that it's noted that if we're in this position and our city is uncharted because of it, it is just unsettling to just make decisions based on demands. And I think that we should have more conversation, and I think that we should have more details laid out, because I don't think moving 15 positions from one department to another, noting that there are so many other departments, including a whole DOS committee that's been asking for an open space and trails. Like, there's so many different facets of the budget where positions are needed that are not even being factored into this conversation. And it's frustrating because it's posturing and it's just not real. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Freeland.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to offer, some thoughts on this choice. I mean, coming from a tradition of the Black freedom struggle, which, I count among the ancestors of my cultural through line, people like, Harriet Tubman, John Lewis, Ida B. Wells, Pauli Murray. There's a lot of things that they did that may have seemed unusual to their peers and contemporaries. And I think that's okay to have the discussion, to have the disagreement, to have some folks that don't align or vibrate with the vision. For me, as a Black millennial activist who feels very much accountable to and a part of the movement for Black lives, and recognizing the intergenerational struggles that I see in the Black community, in particular around issues like these, it really harkens back to the way the elders must have been looking at the Greensboro Four when they walked up in Woolworths or here in Durham in 1957 at Royal Ice Cream. Like, what are you trying to do here? What are you really hoping to accomplish? It must have seemed very unusual because it was out of the box, it was different. And I think that we need a different approach when we're trying to change fundamentally systems rooted in entrenched in legacies of white supremacy, so that we can create something that's healing. And I think that that's what this is a step in the right direction towards, which is why I'll be voting for it. One of the takeaways that I hear, especially hearing from my Black colleagues or two of my Black colleagues that have spoken so far on this issue, is thinking around communication. This is not what you said just now, but earlier when we talked about, people in the community not really knowing what's up. And I've heard that too. Councilmember Middleton mentioned people asking like, so who's going to show up, when a shooting occurs? Is it going to be a mental health worker? I get those questions all the time too. They're legit questions. And I think our department chairs and staff will have a big task on their hands to figure out how to steer with the direction that we're giving. But I think it's the right direction. And I trust our staff, particularly with this piece around the community design strategy, the community design strategist's role. A particular person whose role is to listen will help mold and identify what we want these what we want this department to look and smell and feel like as a uniquely Durham entity. But for my part, I am really behind the idea of making an early investment and a proclamation to the people of Durham that we are taking a shift in our approach to public safety. And I think that's an important statement and an important investment. More importantly, I like what Charlie said about your budget is a reflection of your values. This shift reflects my values and the values of folks that I feel accountable to. So that's why I'll be voting yes. And Mr. Mayor, I appreciate your comments. Brother Middleton, Sister Freeman, I appreciate your perspectives and dissent. And would ask for, if this passes, for your collaboration and solidarity in trying to figure out how to make this work, despite the fact that, you know, it didn't align with what you had in mind, if it passes, as I hope it will. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Council Member. Other comments?
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to just note that I would be very careful about my arrogance and how our elders thought about the Greensboro Fork. And I would also just note that it's kind of striking that there's a disregard for the governance that has to occur in this work. And so just be mindful that when you assign an intergenerational struggle, that there's also an intergovernment, an inter-system struggle as well. And I want to be mindful that as young as I may feel, there are a lot of elements that time has allowed me to see through a different set of eyes. And the way that you view what we're doing today may feel like it's right, but just be careful, because the repercussions and the backlashes are real, and lives have been lost, and they will continue to be lost if we continue down this path of arrogance around what people need versus how to work together. And so I'll just say that, and note that it's pretty much a given that there's a block of folks who want to vote in this direction. And so, you know, whatever the city decides, I'm going to be supportive. I'm not going to work against that. That's, of course, you know, that would be counterintuitive. I live in this city. I love this city. And this is the city I'm raising my family in. I just want to be on the record noting that it's offensive, it's disgusting and appalling that you would even try to use my ancestors and the struggle that they've experienced as a part of this, acknowledging that this is not that. This has been about white supremacy. This has been about defund the police, not Black Lives Matter. Because if it was about Black Lives Mattering, we would have had ShotSpotter, a free program available in neighborhoods. If it was about Black Lives Matter, we wouldn't be saying goodbye to Chief Davis. We wouldn't be disrespecting Madam Page. We would be honoring the request that she brought forward, or the proposal that she brought forward, and we would be honoring the work of a police department who has worked over the last 5 years to shift from what Chief Lopez had in place. I want to be very clear on the record and noting that I am completely disgusted that you would even try to make this about my ancestors who have struggled. I'm very measured about how I respond to things, and I want to be clear that this was the biggest offense you could have done. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, Piers Freelon is one of our brightest lights in the city. He's a gift to the city, and he's a gift to this council. And I want to say that I've said it to him privately, say it to him publicly. But I stand in direct lineage of Black prophetic speech and struggle. That mantle rests heavily upon my shoulders. The invoking of the ancestors and our struggle as a people connected to this motion, I think is wildly inappropriate. Every name that you called is dear to me, informs my worldview, and I've had conversations with John Lewis and informs my work. This ain't that. Let me say what it is, since everybody's been unbridled with their tongue. This motion is about satisfying promises and commitments made to other groups in this city. That's what this is. Wrote the check, time to cash it. So, and that's fine. I mean, this is public square, that's politics, that's the way the game works. But to conflate that with an intergenerational struggle, this isn't about older folk and younger folk. There's nothing radical or popping about saying, let's take 15 people. We don't know what we're gonna do with them. Let's take 15 people and put it in a position in a department, and we'll decide what we're gonna do with them later to send signals. Yesterday, there was concerns about passing a tax without spending the money in this year. And what would that look like, doing something in anticipation of what was going to happen? Today, it's perfectly fine. So this ain't about the Black struggle. And we can engage whenever you like about the nuances and intricacies of the ancestors and how they speak in my spirit and how my work is informed by that struggle. On any day, publicly, privately, tell me where it is, I'll show up. But this motion is politics. This ain't John Lewis. This ain't Mother Rosa. This ain't the ancestors. This is about satisfying the commitments you made et al. To Durham Beyond Policing and Durham for All. That's what this is about. However, the it that we refer to, having unarmed responders, listen, Durham, every person on this council supports unarmed responders. It was me last year that said, let's put $2 million in the UBI program. It was me last year that said, let's hire and field unarmed responders. It was me that proposed expanding violence interruption in the city. So every substantive part of this department, I support. This motion is not about the it. It's not about the overall arching proposition. It's about detail. It's about nuancing. It's about cashing checks that some of you have written. We grown men and women. That's fine. Do what you need to do. But please do not conflate our participation in our place in the long, bright, glorious, sacred procession of the ancestors in the struggle, which each of us has a position in, has a place in, and mine is unimpeachable. Mine will not be questioned based upon a motion to move 15 folk who we don't know what the hell we're going to do with them to another department. That's politics. That ain't a sacred possession of our people. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Frankly, I'm just glad enough to be old enough to be one of the ancestors.
Almost.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say a few words about commitments and why I personally make commitments to any group in this community, to my colleagues, or in general in my life. And that is because those commitments align with my values and with my goals. Specifically, this commitment to sufficiently resource the community safety department. And honestly, personally, I don't think that 20 officers or 20 positions is enough. I don't think 60 positions is enough. I think we should endeavor to create a department that is as robust and as effective at responding to public safety issues as our police department. To me, this feels small. It feels like a down payment on a future investment. I believe that our 911 call data gives us clear evidence that there's a significant amount more work that this department could be doing that we are not asking them to do right now. And that as we scale up these pilots, it does not feel unclear to me what these people will be doing. I think that that is in fact very clear and has been, we have been provided with a lot of data based on our research of our 911 calls as to what our unarmed officers, safety workers could be doing, the services that they could be providing. I make commitments because they align with my values and what I want to do on this council. And those commitments align with the platform and the ideas that I ran on when I was reelected to this body.
That part.
I was very clear about what I believe and what I want to do for this community, and won a democratic election, and am now obligated to put those values into practice and to vote those values when these situations come up. So politics, sure. I have very clearly communicated my politics to all of you, to this entire community, and I will continue to implement the policies that I ran on in alignment with my politics and my values.
Real talk.
I don't see anything wrong with that. So I just wanted to make it clear that I think that the conflating of well, this is just politics is not reasonable. Like this is a specific policy decision that I am committed to, and I am working. I am willing to work with anyone in this community to move those policies forward with other people who share those values and share those policy and political commitments. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, amen. Sister Jillian, you're one of the most respected leaders in the city. Everything you just said, I agree. That's real talk. And that's all I'm saying. This ain't sacred Black stuff. It's politics. And as grown folk, when we make commitments and we got to carry them through, I have no problem with that whatsoever. Everything you just said is 100% correct. Nobody's mad at you for doing what you said you would do, for doing the things you said you would run on. I have no problem with that whatsoever. I do have a problem trying to dress it up and put the cloak of the sacred veneer and air of the Black struggle on it. That's the only part I was speaking to, ma'am. You do you. And I think we expect nothing else other than that. So I respect that. That's real talk. I'm just talking about the other stuff that's being poured on it. It ain't that. It's politics, and that's fine.
Thank you, council members. Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. And I just wanted to echo Councilmember Middleton's sentiment and to note to Mayor Pro Tem's point, I think it's important that you do honor who you are and how you operate. What I don't approve of is being disvalued and the context of how things have been happening in our community across the board. And so I'm a faith-centered Christian who understands the Black struggle and works very hard to be in the center or the cross-section of where race equity and poverty meet. So just acknowledging that there are other thought processes, that there are other struggles, that there are other just viewpoints. I was also elected. And I truly expect that anytime that one of us is elected, that you should be valued as such, which is why when Councilmember Freelon is elected, it would come across very differently to say that this is about our ancestors looking at us and saying we're doing something weird. That is not my issue at all. I have no problem supporting moving officers from the police department to a community safety program. That is fine. But I do think that there's an air of ethics, there's an air of democracy, there's an air of a lot of different elements of arrogance that is so frustrating. I appreciate the apology, Brother Pierce, I do. But hear me when I say this. We are all in this work. We are all trying to do our part. And to undermine each other does not serve any one of us as Black people. I've worked really hard not to undermine Mayor Pro Tem's positions, even if they were at odds with mine. I've worked really hard not to even subscribe to that kind of context, even though so many people around me would rather I tear that down. That is not who I am. That is not how I operate, and I rebuke it. Which is why when it comes from a younger generation, a Black male, it is so offensive that I just feel a tear. And if this is what it takes for you to make a point about emotion, I really want to say F you, but I'm holding that back. And that's what's bothering me. can appreciate, like I said, I can appreciate that you have the votes. I can appreciate that this is the direction that you want to go in. I can appreciate all of Councilmember Caballero's points. I can appreciate all of Councilmember Reese's points, and I can also appreciate Mayor Schul's points. But what I don't want is for us to look like other boards, commissions, committees, or the Capitol, because we want to tear apart our city, making our points the only point that matters. We are all progressives. This nonsense where we call Democrats Republicans, where we call each other not progressive, it's all BS that I'm just not willing to deal with. That's not how I live my life. That is not what I hold as a value. And I will not tolerate it. I'm telling you this from the start. And as we get into this political season, all of the nonsense that is going to start, I'm telling you, I'm calling it all out. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to address the idea that I've heard a little bit today that that demands are suspect. The demands of the community are some kind of unsavory political transaction. I fundamentally reject that. And we've all been part of responding to demands from our community. We've all been at, for example, a Durham Can accountability sessions where we are forced to stand up and say, yes or no, will you do A, B, C, D, and E? That's the job. Sometimes I've seen colleagues say, no, I don't want to do that. And but mostly colleagues say yes, because the things that are being asked for align with our values as individuals and as leaders in the community. And so I don't see anything wrong with demanding things. I've heard it said before that power concedes nothing without a demand. I will say also that this board has been subject of a lot of demands, a ton of them, many of them by the very same people that are demanding that we transfer today 60 positions from the police department into the community safety department. Many of those folks are not going to be happy with what we're doing today. I know because I've heard from them. These are many of the same people, thousands of them, who emailed me last year during this budget process to say that if I didn't vote against the budget, that they would never vote for me again. Guess what? That argument has never swayed me once, and it will never sway me. Y'all are going to vote who you're going to vote for. I'm going to do what I need to do. And last year, just to put a finer point on it, as we went through the roll call on the budgets, by virtue of the alphabet and the fact that Mayor Schul, it goes first, I get to vote last. Sometimes that's awesome, but sometimes it really sucks. And last year, it would have cost this city nothing for me to vote no on that budget. Zero. The budget would have passed 6-1. And guess what? I would have been the newly minted hero of all the people that wanted us to slash the police budget last year. But guess what? That doesn't matter to me. Doing what's right matters to me. Responding to demands in a respectful and responsible way is how we govern with our community, alongside our community. We can call folks the professional organizing class if we want to, and in many cases that's true. But that's Durham Can too, friends. This is who motivates us to do the things we already know we ought to do. Would we have acted with the same speed and deliberation on 505 West Chapel Hill if Durham Can had not demanded that we do so? Would we have put out the millions of dollars in city money to repurchase Fayette Place if Durham Can hadn't been on us constantly to get it done? No, I don't think so. So demand is good. Demand is awesome. We have to say no when we have to, and yes when it aligns with our values. I don't agree with the demands that Durham Beyond Policing and Durham for All have made on this council about the police budget. But I do agree with what I've proposed today, which is that I think we need more resources at mid-year in this department to make sure that that the department is ready to do the work that it can do. That's why I'm voting for this. I don't know why we would want to call that politics, because it's what I think is the right thing to do and logistically the right mechanism to do it. If that's politics, okay, but I'm doing what I think is the right thing to do. I'm responding to a demand by saying no to one thing, but yes to something that I think we ought to do. You know, and that's the way this process ought to work. The last thing I just wanted to say is this isn't the last time we're going to get demands. We get lots of demands all the time. Our job is to say what we think is the right thing to do. Sometimes that's yes, and when that happens, we're heroes. When we voted against the development project in Merrickmore neighborhood, we were heroes because we listened to the community and we said no to a developer, right? But you know, later on, we're going to see yes to lots of other stuff that folks don't like, and that's just the way this goes. The characterizing these decisions as politics is I don't think particularly productive. It's just the way that this has to work because we have to make choices. They're going to make some people happy and some people mad, and I think we all recognize that's the job, or else we wouldn't have done it. So that's what I wanted to say about the motion, Mr. Mayor, and I'm happy to stop talking now.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Councilmember Caballero if she has any final comments, and then I have a comment, and then we're going to take a vote.
No, I was my ask was, are we ready to move on from discussion? Because I'm looking at the time. It's 11:11.
Thank you. All right, I'll just make a comment. I have a question first for Councilmember Reese. Would you accept a friendly amendment that inserted the words up to 15?
Can you help me understand what that would do for us?
Mm-hmm. I don't know. Mid-year, where the staff has said, and your motion agrees that staff has said that they would come to us with a recommendation for the necessary resources. I agree that we are over time and starting now with the 5 people we've already got, wanting to be moving people from policing as we are able to create alternative forms of response into different kinds of jobs. Some of them, I might add, I believe should be in the county. I don't think we want to start another social services department. We have a social services department in Durham. We don't want to start a competing one. We want to be working with our county colleagues, which is why our county is involved in the Community Safety and Wellness Task Force, for example. But I believe that we'll need more employees within the city to do this work. And I want to be guided by the work that our staff will be doing and that they can recommend to us in mid-year how many people they will be needing. And so when I say up to, that gives us the opportunity to, at that time, to allocate up to 15 positions that the staff will tell us that they want and that they need. And I think we will, I think the biggest risk that we face here is that we take actions that are further polarizing. And I'll just say that, this is a very unusual discussion today. It's not the discussion we usually have. And I believe that same kind of discussion with that same kind of passion and, dare I say, anger and is going on in our community right now around this. I don't think that's helpful. And I don't think it's helpful for a lot of reasons. I especially don't think it's helpful for the cause of trying to create a community-supported alternative response to 911 calls. I think it's, and I would like to figure out a way for us to come together that can move our community forward. We're never going to get everybody's consent. I get that. I'm not looking for that. But I also don't think that we want to do this with 51% of the people. I think we want to bring as many people as we can into a large consensus. That's the way I think big things get done over time. It's the way you create an affordable housing program that, wins big support. It's the way you merge the schools. Merging the schools was hard. It was a long process and it but it got huge buy-in at the end. And so that's what I want here. So that's a long way of saying, council member, that I think that if we say that we are planning to move positions from the police department, I don't think that they need, I'm in full agreement that the police department, as we add functions that to other people, if we add other people, other positions to do this work, that some of the work that police officers are doing now will not be necessary. And therefore, I believe we won't need as many officers. I say let's do that in a way that wins the support of our community. Again, more than 51%. So when I say up to, that says to me that the staff will give us advice. They'll tell us what they think. And we will, at that time, be able to follow that advice and move those positions. And that would be something I can support. So that's my question, Councilmember.
I'd be curious to hear what our colleagues have to say about that idea.
Okay. Councilmember Caballero, Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, and Councilmember Middleton.
I'm open to that if we rescind the last motion and we can get 7 votes on this.
I'm sorry, could you speak up a little bit?
I said I'm open to what you're proposing if we rescind the previous vote and we can get 7 votes on what you just suggested. Otherwise, I'm not comfortable, because if the point is to build consensus, then in my mind, everybody moves. That's consensus in my mind. Everybody moves from the position that they're in or where they started in the conversation. So moving to me means the previous motion, which was to adopt what staff presented, I would want to take that motion away, and we get commitment from all 7 voices right now to what you're suggesting, which is essentially a compromise between the two.
Okay, thank you. I can't remember who I called on next. I think it was Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate your comments and your goal to build consensus. For me, I don't think that's the biggest danger that we face. For me, I think the biggest danger is that we don't provide the resources that we need for this project to be successful, and then it fails. Up to 15 could be 0. I don't think it's meaningful. And I'm not willing, it doesn't feel like a commitment to me. So I'm not willing to support that. To me, 15 already feels like a compromise. It feels like nowhere near enough for what we actually need to make this work successful. And I think that the work that we are doing and continue to do to ensure that we have the evidence that our staff need to make decisions in the context of the calls that we are getting for service, the work that our police department is doing here in Durham, not just a national model, but specific data for them to guide their choices, has already indicated that we need more than this, that we need more than this number to make this work successful. I support Councilmember Reese's original motion and would not support this change.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm going to thank you for your proposal. I was prepared to vote against the original motion, but if Councilor Reese accepts the amendment, I'm prepared to support it. I think that's reflective of precisely what we've been talking about, the ability to build consensus. I think it honors the work of the staff and gives us the flexibility. And let me go on record right now.
Back up.
Let me go on record right now. I'll back up. Let me go on record right now. I am fully committed to the success of this department. And I trust that all of my colleagues are honest brokers and are dealing honestly. This department needs to succeed because it fully aligns, I believe, with Durham values and my values, that I don't want Black and brown and mentally ill people gunned down or killed or brutalized by police. Full stop. And whatever we need to do to get there, of course we need that to succeed. I believe that this department, to suggest that we need to make sure that this department is fully funded, whether we mean it or not, is kind of a sideways saying that, staff, you may not have gotten it right. I think the staff has gotten it right. I think the staff has put us on solid footing for this department to succeed. Again, 15, 20, to me, those numbers are arbitrary. I haven't seen any of the science that supports those numbers, but it is what it is. If we say that it's not enough, well, what's the mathematical endpoint of not enough? Is it 80? What's that number? I don't think any of us know that. It's like we want to have the pilots, but then we want to determine what the pilots are going to show us. So let's go ahead and tool up for what the pilots are ultimately going to show us. That's not science. I think we should let the science guide us. So if Councilor Reese, my friend Councilor Reese, would accept that amendment, I would fully vote for that, because I think it honors the work of the staff. I think Mr. Mayor goes to the point of building consensus in the community, and I think it gives us the flexibility to honor the science and let the data speak to us and make an informed decision, like this staff always does. I would vote for the amended motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, council member. Okay, so Councilmember Reese, are you interested in accepting that friendly amendment?
You're muted, bud.
Yeah, I got that. I appreciated what Councilmember Caballero said about trying to get a broader consensus on this. At the same time, I want to make sure that we do right by this department. That's what I've said from the beginning. I guess for me, part of it would hinge on what is the budget mechanism that accommodates up to 15, a transfer of up to 15. I mean, would the budget reflect the transfer 15 and then somehow they get backed out if we decide to do less in advance of the January 1st deadline? What would that look like? Because I never heard of that before.
I guess my sense would be it would be the same as if it was the number 15 as opposed to up to 15. But I see that Manager Page has arrived on scene.
So good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. I have been, listening to all of the discussion, and I don't want to add, a whole lot to it at this very moment. But as I see you nearing the end of your deliberations, I did want to bring a couple of points to mind. One of the, we get into the details, we get into the documents. Ultimately, there will be a page like you saw Ms. Johnson present today that shows resources that go along with the budget that gets approved on June 21st. Whether we intend to fill a position at the beginning of the year, after a quarter, after half, that all goes into the numbers, the dollar figures that help us make the budget balance. Where a position sits, we have to make a determination of where it sits so we know which page to put it on. I want to be really clear about that. And we can freeze positions. That is something that we do and have done in the past when we haven't decided how we are going to, when we're going to actually hire people into those positions. So that is not for resolution here, but it is to give the council some additional information about what you have been talking about, and trying to get agreement or consensus around may be reflected in the document that we present to you, the final document after you have given us direction for approval.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Councilmember Reese, did you have any other further questions or comments?
Well, what I heard the manager to say was that there has to be a number. I don't think we get to add a greater than symbol in front of or a less than or equal to number in front of the symbol and have the budget actually work.
Well, let me ask Ms. Johnson or the manager, if we were to say that we would be awaiting a recommendation of staff at mid-year for moving up to 15 positions from the police department to the community safety department as needed. Is that something that we could do through our budget process, and how could that be accomplished?
So I think the part about freezing positions is where we would freeze the positions. One option would be the positions would remain in the count for police, but they would be frozen, which means they would not be able to fill those. That is an option. And then those would be transferred as needed to the department. The other option is to put a number in the new department, and those positions would be available to be used as needed. I don't foresee an opportunity where we would need to hire 15 positions at any given point at one time. So they would be available. So those are two ways to do that. What she's referring to is we actually, when we show in the budget page, each department has a page, and we show those resources tied to that department, which includes the dollar amount and the FTEs associated with that department. And so to her point, the positions have to go somewhere. They can stay in the police department, be frozen, which we've done in the past. And then when we come back, we would make a recommendation that we move 1, 2, 5, 10, 15 of those positions to the community safety department, but that could happen incrementally as we do the pilots.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. All right, other comments? Councilmember Caballero?
I appreciate what Ms. Johnson just shared. If colleagues are open to it, the freezing on the police department, and I don't know where everyone is, but I feel like that's a clear demarcation of what we're intending to to the community. It lets us move to all the way to 15 if we need it. It lets the police department know that those are not positions available to them, but I'm unclear if other folks are where I'm at.
Councilmember Middleton?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, let me just be clear. There's no magic or science connected to 15. So whatever the number is, I mean, our staff may come back and say they need more than 15. And I think in the original iteration, there was enough flexibility. I trust that our staff has no dog in this fight. They're going to ask us for what they think they need for this department to succeed. That might be 25. So even inserting the number 15, we are already circumscribing the conversation for a professional staff that does their thing all the time. I don't understand for the life of me why we want to do that. We trust each other. I trust the staff, but be that as it may, I think the 15, what Council Caballero said, and up to 15, I mean, I've seen contracts where we say the council, the manager can't spend beyond such and such. And I guess that gives her flexibility if the number is going to come in a little less than what the contract is. But we've used those upper limits before. But I'm fully prepared, again, as I've said, to, while not in any way acknowledging that this 15 is somehow scientific based. I've seen nothing to demonstrate that, or the 20 is scientific based, but that's the number in play right now. And I think that that would get us to a point of closure. I fully think that the original iteration put us in the position we wanted to be in, be it 15 or 50. But if we want to stick a number in for good measure, I think, I can go with, as I said, once again, the amended motion to Councilor Reese's motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Reese?
So the whole reason that I made my original motion was to make sure that that if the department needed additional resources, and I think we all agree that at some level they will, that they didn't have to go through the agenda process to get back in front of us to ask us to move the positions at mid-year. That's the whole reason I did it. If the proposal, if the suggestion by Ms. Johnson is that we can freeze those positions within the police department for a future decision by this council based on a staff recommendation with 6 months of experience of running the department, that in my mind accomplishes a very similar goal, except now the staff knows they have to get on the agenda at a certain time to get us there in time to hit that date. And I think that seems reasonable to me. To be 100% honest, I would have preferred my original motion, which is why I made it. But it feels to me as though, while I don't think this is likely to be a unanimous decision, I think it still demonstrates a level of comedy amongst our number while accomplishing what I'm trying to accomplish here. And for that reason, I'm happy to change my original motion to be what the mayor said, with the understanding that we're going to move forward with freezing 15 unfilled vacancies in the police department for a future decision by this council and transferring up to 15 of them to the community safety department based on a recommendation from staff.
Thank you. So I'm not sure, I'm not sure who made the second on your original motion, but that person would need to agree. And if not, we would need to have a new motion and a new second.
I
So
think
why
that
don't
was me, and I don't agree.
Okay, so Councilmember Reese, do you want to make another motion?
I'm making the motion I just said.
Okay, can you state it again?
Sure. We are the budget that we're working on right now. We're directing staff to freeze 15 unfilled vacancies in the Durham Police Department, such that when staff comes back to us at the end of the second quarter with a recommendation for additional staffing needs in the Department of Community Safety, that the City Council can then elect to transfer up to 15 of those positions into the Department of Community Safety.
Thank you for that. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Caballero. Madam Clerk, I believe we've had all the discussion that we need. Oops, I
Mr.
see
Mayor, Mr. Mayor, I
Councilmember
have
Middleton.
one quick comment, because I think it's important the way, and I thank Councilor Reese for his motion. I intend on supporting it, but I want to be, in light of the way he's clarified and contextualized, I think I should say something to the people watching this debate. The freeze of this 15 does not mean that we are agreeing that the police department will now, henceforth and forevermore, be reduced by that amount of folks. And I want to be very clear, because I think in some people's mind, that means that as our population continues to grow, the police department may not come back and ask for more people. Because whatever logic we use not to grant those, to me, seems we can apply that to the fire department as well, or any other department. I want to be very clear that I will tether reducing the aggregate static complete number of the police department when the legislature gives me the power to stop population growth in Durham. Because then when I can do that, I can save us money in a whole bunch of other departments: fire, water, waste management. So I want to be very clear that in this vote, I want this department to succeed. I think as all departments do in bureaucracies, they will grow. If this is the commitment we need to make for goodwill and to move us beyond where we are, so be it. But this does not reflect that here, henceforth now, forevermore, the police department will never get expanded again. As long as our population continues to grow, I think we need to acknowledge to the folk of Durham, we will, in the name of good governance, respond according to how our population grows. With that, I'll support the motion and vote for it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll on this motion?
Mayor Schul,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson,
No.
Councilmember Caballero,
Aye.
Councilmember Freelon,
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton,
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues, for an excellent, heartfelt, and difficult discussion. Thank you to staff. We will now take a 5-minute break. It's 11:32. We'll be back at 11:37. And then Mr. Allore, we're going to have to, we've only gone through two departments so far. We're going to have to move quickly, but we will. Thank you so much, everybody. See you at, well, now I'll say 5 minutes, 11:38. See you at 11:38. Eat an apple. Good morning. Feels like afternoon, but it's not, it's morning. Welcome back, everybody. I know we're all still probably grabbing a snack. But we'll proceed and want to turn it again over to Mr. Allore. And I believe we have Chief Zoldos. Great to see you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
And John, do you have any preliminary words?
No, well, just to say we've conferred internally and we're up to the challenge. And so our goal here is to move quickly and get to your questions.
Thank you so much. Welcome, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council. Good morning. I'm Chief Bob Zoldos, and I have the pleasure of serving as your fire chief and leading the Durham Fire Department. On behalf of the 421 women and men of the Durham Fire Department, I'd like to thank you for setting this time aside for us today. I'd also like to thank our city manager, our DCM Ferguson, and the budget staff for their analysis and work in this process. I've asked two members of our senior staff to join me in case you have some technical questions. With me today is our Chief Fire Marshal, Assistant Chief Jody Morton, and our Chief of Planning Administration, Assistant Chief Brian Egan. In FY20, your fire department ran 23,644 incidents, which resulted in 46,569 individual apparatus responses. So far in this fiscal year, your fire department has run 20,042 incidents with 41,190 apparatus responses. While our call volume typically increases each year as population grows, these numbers will be down slightly this year due to COVID response reductions for safety of our crews and the public. Your fire department is an all hazards first responder agency that responds to fires, emergency medical calls, hazardous materials emergencies, technical rescue incidents, and all manner of emergency calls. Your fire department operates out of 23 facilities, including our headquarters, warehouse, maintenance, and training buildings. Your fire department operationally serves out of 19 fire stations, which are divided into 4 battalions or service management areas. Each day, your fire department is staffed with 25 heavy vehicles. These include fire engines, ladder trucks, and our 1 rescue company, along with 3 squad companies, 5 operational chiefs, and several service or specialty units. Your fire department holds an insurance service officer ISO rating of 2, with 1 being the best possible score, and accredited by the Commission on Fire Accreditation International. Our slide here is our org chart. Your fire department is organized into 4 divisions, moving from left to right on the org chart. The first is administration planning, which includes our incredible facility maintenance team, our payroll and benefits section, our warehouse and PPE, personal protective equipment, and logistics staff. It also includes strategic planning and technical support. To the right of that is operations. This division is the most visible part of our organization and includes the vast majority of our personnel. The operations division is divided into 3 shifts, which operate our 19 stations 24/7, 365. This division is on the front lines every day, helping ensure our community safety throughout the pandemic, and is required to get to work in any kind of weather. Next to them is training, safety, and wellness. Our training, safety, and wellness division is responsible for all of our basic training, continuing education, EMS training and program management, and firefighter safety. Wellness is a relatively new focus within the fire service, and one that I'm proud that we're starting to make headway in. One area within wellness we'd like to highlight is our focus on behavioral health of our members. While this is a concern year-round, the need for this type of health care of our firefighters was highlighted after the 2019 gas explosion in our downtown. A new tool in protecting our firefighters is the addition of a brand new member to the department, and one that didn't cost an FTE. He's our new behavioral health canine, Cosmo, who will be joining us in the next few weeks to assist firefighters with PTSD and other related concerns. To the right of that, in our final division, is fire prevention in the fire marshal's office. This division provides annual business inspections, multifamily dwelling fire inspections, new building inspections, fire investigations, as well as blasting inspection and oversight. This division also houses our public education team, who really stepped up during the pandemic with a focus on social media and videos to help us stop or slow down common safety issues. You also may have watched some of our helmet camera footage of our on-scene video series. It's the newest part of our videos, and we posted actually a brand new one last night. These videos give a first-person view of what it's like to be a firefighter here in Durham, and it's been a great recruitment tool as well. Of note in our org chart, you'll notice the proposed new FTEs. There are 3 within the fire marshal's office and 1 within EMS training. I'll get to both of those momentarily. There are 421 currently authorized members of the Durham Fire Department. We start every fall with 100% staffing with 0 vacancies when our next recruit academy starts. And throughout the year, we will gain a few vacancies as retirements happen. Again, they are filled every summer, fall when the next recruit academy begins. Of note, our first academy to be brought back in-house after many years being provided for by Durham Tech will be graduating June 25th. So just under a month from now, we hope many of you will be able to join us for that celebration. Our resource allocation table is next. One note is the higher than average capital and other category under proposed FY21-22. It shows 167,000, and that money is actually provided for the outfitting costs of a possible hiring of new firefighters under a staffing for adequate fire and emergency response grants, otherwise known as SAFER. SAFER provides for the personnel costs of hiring new firefighters. We believe will be an excellent candidate for this grant, as we applied for it to provide for staffing of a new ladder truck to provide service to Northern Durham to include the Bragtown and Old Farm areas. This addition of a new unit will provide for dedicated aerial service, which will bring our total to 6 ladder trucks citywide, provide for better safety to this underserved area. We've not been given a date for when they will be given that award. It should have happened Monday, but we haven't heard anything as of now. We'll move on to our highlights. The first is the addition of 3 shift inspector FTEs to the fire prevention division. As many of you know, our fire marshals currently conduct over 10,000 required fire inspections per year throughout the city. They also investigate approximately 150 fires a year as well. These FTEs will reestablish a program that we piloted this past year that was developed to meet the needs of our growing community, especially the businesses, restaurants, bars, and nightclubs, and others who have their highest occupancy during the evening when our inspectors are off duty. These new FTEs will ensure that our nighttime destinations thrive safely. These positions will also provide more timely and focused fire investigation and prevention services throughout the city by having an investigator on duty at all times throughout the day. As I mentioned, we did test this program using currently assigned FTEs by diverting them from their regular inspection duties. While we found that this diversion was not sustainable due to loss in quantity of daytime inspections, it proved the viability of the program, and we expect to see a continuation of the positive outcomes. And then lastly, the addition of an EMS educator FTE to the training and safety division. As you may know, the DFD is an important first step in the pre-hospital care of our residents, with your fire department responding to EMS incidents 10,208 times so far this fiscal year alone. The DFD is unique in North Carolina as we're the only fire department in the state who provides advanced life support care to our residents, other than Greenville, who also runs their ambulance service. So we're unique in the state by a fire-based EMS first responder system. The training of our EMS providers is so important to the well-being of our residents because on critical cases, the DFD almost always arrives first. Therefore, we are excited to be able to really professionalize our training and oversight with this new FTE. This educator will provide for the basic EMS training of our recruits and continuing ed for our operational personnel. In cooperation with Durham County EMS, it will also help provide EMS program oversight, which will examine both care and documentation of quality control. And we believe that the hiring of an EMS trainer will enhance the department's ability to ensure the appropriateness and quality of instruction while providing for specialized or customized classes to ensure a greater alignment with Durham community needs and responder skills and abilities. And with that, that concludes our budget presentation, and we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Chief. And Chief, I just want to say it's really good to see you. Haven't been able to see people this year, and I'm digging the new mustache.
Thank you. It's a quarantine mustache that I've kept. It's not. It's the voting at home has not been good.
Well, I think it's quite handsome. You can pass that on and see if that weighs any in the voting at home.
Yes, sir. Thank you,
Chief. The SAFER regulations and grant. Does this relate to? So we've had a lot of discussion over the last couple of years about 2 in, 2 out. Does this relate to that, or is that something different? And where are we on this about the staffing that will get us to 2 in, 2 out? That's my first question. And my second question is around the, I kind of missed, maybe because I was still having my snack, about what you said about the mental health.
Sure.
You know, you were talking about the mental health of the firefighters, and but I kind of missed what you said. So if you could just respond to those two, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir. So the SAFER staffing will provide for a Northern ladder truck, which is one that was highlighted in our ISO audit, which said that's one of the necessary things to provide better service to our community. It will somewhat help with the 2 in, 2 out, but really what the 2 in, 2 out is focused on is providing for what's considered safe staffing on apparatus, which is 4 people on every single unit. That's the NFPA 1710 requirement, and we don't meet that on most of our units every single day. It's something we'd like to get to. We brought to the council a plan to do that over 7 years, 2 years ago, but we understand this is not the time to be able to really to dig into that. But we'd like to get to that safer staffing level, which is 4 per unit. As far as behavioral health is really one of the pieces of the fire service that's been ignored over the decades. And in some ways, it's sort of attacking the cancer of the fire service, one that doesn't hurt through our carcinogens and our exposures, but still is an exposure of our minds to it. It's something that we're trying to dig into. One of the, part of our health, safety, and wellness, or I'm sorry, training, safety, and wellness team is to investigate and to start moving on behavioral health. We haven't made a ton of headway, but we're starting to. And we were just excited because we are bringing on our first behavioral health canine. The agency I came from had 3 of them, and they were very effective. They're really at no cost to the department. It's through a canine provider who trains, prepares a dog for us, and that dog will be assigned to Fire Station 13. You won't see him on the fire trucks, but you'll see him in the station. And the way it works in general is that the members actually, when they return from a call, maybe a critical call, such as a pediatric CPR or something like that, when they return, the dog still needs dog needs. And they've found that it's extremely helpful for responders because they have to then take care of the dog rather than worry about what they just gone through. It's more complicated than that, but that's the simplistic way to look at it. And it's a pilot program. As soon as we get one, you'll know every station will want one. We want to try it out and see if it does work for the Durham Fire Department.
Thank you very much. And will the dog be a Dalmatian?
He is not a Dalmatian. I think he's a mixed breed. I'm not sure. I have a picture of him, but I'm not sure. I do have a Dalmatian in my house. So if you need to see one, you're more than welcome to stop on.
Well, I just think that is the dog that rides the fire truck.
Yes, sir. As it should be, right.
Okay, well, great. That sounds great. And I'm appreciative, and I hope that we will, over time, get to this 2 in, 2 out ability. I know it's important. I know we really need to try to meet that safety standard. And I know that part of it is that when we're not able to do 2 in, 2 out, firefighters aren't able to go in, and they have to wait for a second vehicle. So I just want to put that out there for our future thinking. And then thank you so much also for describing the canine. Thank you very much. Colleagues, other questions or comments from the chief? Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief Zoldos, it is great to see you virtually. Eventually, we'll get back to in person. I just wanted to thank you, first of all, for your responsiveness to me over the last little while. For whatever reason, I've just had a need of your time and attention, it seems like recently. Especially want to thank, and if you'll pass along my thanks to Chief Morton for engaging with one of our neighbors, not here in my neighborhood, a Durham resident, about some open burning that was giving rise to some issues. Just the way that you and your staff handled that was just fantastic, and that's the kind of that's just the kind of thing that I've come to expect from you and the folks that work for you. So just so grateful to you and your firefighters. You've faced some pretty challenging situations just within the last couple of months, and just want to say that I've been really impressed. It's clear that we have the right leader at the right time in you and our department. So thank you for everything you're doing.
Thank you, Councilmember. I appreciate it. It's we have a great organization, and I enjoy anytime you have a question. We enjoy talking about it.
That's great. I seem to be one of those folks that always has these situations coming up. I want to talk a little bit about firefighter pay, and I wonder if you could share your thoughts about where we are in this budget and where you think we need to be headed. And I guess let me just preface this by saying, I think one of the issues that has been raised in folks who talk to me is the pay structure for new firefighters. I know that we've gotten, and I'm grateful to our staff, especially the city manager and Ms. Johnson, have worked with us to help us understand kind of what happens with new firefighters at the bottom of the pay scale in terms of the hours that they're working and how that calculates with respect to our living wage. I totally understand that work, appreciate the math that goes into it, but ultimately, I think we have to get beyond that. And I'd like to, Chief, hear your thoughts about where we are and where we can go on that particular issue.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question. We do struggle with firefighter pay. It's something, if you'd ask me what is the most important things in front of the Durham Fire Department, what's our biggest needs as we look, in the next year or two, firefighter pay and then staffing were the two things. As far as firefighter pay, how does it hurt your fire department? It makes recruitment harder, and it makes retention sometimes very difficult. People want to work for the Durham Fire Department. They enjoy the progressive fire department. They enjoy the aggressiveness of our operations. Tactically and strategically, I think people want to work here because the work itself is good. And they like what we do as a fire service if they're a student of the fire service. However, that only goes so far. And it is a struggle for us to retain people because they can look around us, and in some cases we're 10,000 below our neighbors. And it's as much as I think our people love working for the city of Durham and they enjoy this city, it's hard to keep them from looking across the border and going, I could work over in Cary and make a lot more money. So it is a very big concern of ours. We still have enough applicants coming in that want to work here, but we want to always attract the best that there is. And I think that's the city of Durham, goal is to always get the best. So no, it is a very big struggle for us. We're behind in a lot of the categories. Really our hardest one though is entry level, and at the firefighter level. In many ways, our pay scale does catch up pretty quickly, but without the past 2 raises, it's very hard for us to continue to attract and retain people.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I appreciate that response. And I think that's honestly what I think we would all expect to hear in this situation. I think that what we have to, as a group, have to be aware of is that the issue that exists with our new firefighters just starting out, and also the staffing issue. It's not a problem we're going to solve in one budget cycle, and I think we're making a good commitment this year to addressing some of those concerns. But I think over time, as a council, we're going to have to keep the situation with our firefighters front of mind, in addition to all of our city employees. But I think this situation seems especially acute for those just starting out firefighters. And I want to make sure that we keep that front of mind, not just in this budget cycle, but in the following cycles as well. The last thing I wanted to say, Chief Zoldos, and I wanted to save this to the end, the work that your firefighters did out at the metal scrapyard fire that happened not terribly long ago was especially impressive. But I'm not sure my colleagues know that your firefighters took the extra step of taking a look at one specific home that was the closest in proximity to that particular blaze, and identified, thanks to your work, high carbon monoxide levels inside the home, and found a way to address that problem with the resident. That is the kind of thing that really, in my mind, goes above and beyond, and is just exactly what what I would want to see out of the fire department in the city. So I've said a lot of nice things about it. Y'all keep doing that, but it's because you guys are y'all are doing a fantastic job. It's just we need to be as forceful as we can about making sure that we support you and your firefighters as best we can. And for myself, I commit to do that. So thank you, Chief Zoldos. You keep doing a great job. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Reif. On the Foss recycling fire, one thing that we tried to really push, and I think we do a really good job of this, is we can take the emergency and fix it and then be able to give it back to the resident in a way that they can not only take it from there, but they understand what's going on, what are the concerns. And that's a good example of doing exactly that. It's not just putting out the fire, but it's taking care of the environment. It's taking care of the community around it and making sure that everyone feels empowered to know what's next, and that they know that they have the tools and resources to contact us if they have a problem. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Councilmember. And I appreciate, Councilmember, you raising those issues of pay. They're so important, and keeping that in front of us. Thank you. And Chief, it was sobering to hear your answer, but much appreciated. And I know that this is across the board in our city. Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief, good to see you. I had to do a double take with the mustache, but it's good to see you. It looks good. It's good. I want to thank the mayor and Councilor Reese for their question. The two of the three questions I had, the 2 in, 2 out, mayor covered, and the pay, Councilor Reese covered. So I want to thank them for that. Chief, I want to tell you the mystique and the awesomeness that fire departments have held for me since childhood has only deepened hanging out with you guys. So I want to thank you for allowing me to get a inside view of what you folk do from time to time. I particularly want to congratulate you and commend you and further provoke you on your efforts for promoting diversity in the ranks of our fire department. You know, growing up, the fire department, the police department, particularly the fire department, was the province of Irish white men for generations. Their fathers and their fathers before them, very proud, strong legacies, but very insulated. So to see the work you've done, I remember, folk actually come to my church a couple of years ago as part of the effort. So this has been ongoing efforts to recruit folk. I'm going to congratulate you on the historic hire as well, the battalion chief hire that occurred in our department. Keep it up. We thank you for that. I think it's important for little Black boys and little Black girls to see all that brass on the shoulders of a profession that oftentimes seemed distant and exotic to us. So I want to thank you for your efforts in that and encourage you. I wanted to ask, one of the things I noticed, and this kind of dovetails on firefighter pay and benefits and just the experience of a firefighter. I couldn't help noticing of the, and I've visited and done ride-alongs and spent whole days and nights in a few houses around the city. There's a lot of differences in the accommodations and the amenities from house to house. A number of firefighters, and I was surprised to find out how much firefighters are responsible for their own stuff, food and other things there in the house. And I don't know if there's much. I've been in police headquarters. I know they got their coffee set up and stuff and lunchroom, but it just seems like firefighters not only being there for a long time, there's a lot of extra expense. They're basically setting up another household, and a lot of that expense falls to them. And then you couple that with concerns about pay. And I've spoken to a number of different people in houses. Some houses are more desirable than others from amenities. Is there something in addition to focusing on pay? Are there some other areas that the city, and if this is completely out of base for the firefighting world, just let me know, but maybe kind of standardizing or normalizing at least some of the amenities in each house to kind of lessen some of the out-of-pocket expenses that firefighters have to bear to sustain themselves while they're on duty, answering calls for the city. And if none of this makes sense, just tell me, but there's some conversations I had with some of your folks, some of your troops, and I was just wondering if you had any thoughts on that.
Sure. Well, a couple different things with that. First of all, one of the biggest challenges of the Durham Fire Department, as far as trying to equalize that across all the stations, is the station designs are very different. Most of our stations were based back in the public safety where police and fire were merged. So a lot of our smaller stations, which are really a challenge for us because they're really designed for a fire engine and a police car side by side. And in some stations like Station 6, you'll see a very small ladder truck and a fire engine side by side. And it's extremely tight. So developing the stations of the future, you're going to see a lot larger station. Our newer stations, Station 17, for example, you're going to see a lot of that. And that's going to be the footprint of the future for us. The smaller fire stations make it so difficult for the members as far as locker facilities, living facilities, and so forth. It just makes it very difficult. As far as the amenities part, a lot of that is choice of what that station wants to do. I can tell you during my career, certain stations fund certain things, certain stations don't. And that's really a station by station decision of, is there a coffee fund? Is there a tea fund? A lot of that's hard to really standardize because it's the employees making that decision. But a real big challenge for us is, Station 1, Station 2 are huge fire stations. Station 6 and 7 are very small. So you're going to see some differences there. And fire stations are 50-year investments. And we want to get the lifespan out of those as we can. We are looking at refurbing or replacing several as we move through in the next, 5-10 years to allow a better parity of those and to allow the large apparatus. The apparatus has only gotten larger since I've been in the fire service. The days of the horse-drawn wagons and the small fire stations are gone. And having a large facility that can not only hold today's fire apparatus, but the futures is where we're heading in most cases.
Thank you. Okay, that's very helpful. Well, I think that's all I had. And again, I thank the mayor and Councilor Reese for their questions. Shout out to everybody who let me hang out in the station, and to those who didn't let me drive, whatever.
We still can set that up. It's got to be a time where no one else is around.
You heard him say it.
In the whole city. That means in the whole city.
Streets are clear.
Yeah, let's just make really sure we're safe there, Chief. And
He's on record there. He's on record.
Yeah.
Don't make any promises, Chief. Okay, other comments or questions, colleagues? Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. I wanted to make sure that I noted, I appreciate the comments from my colleagues, and I want to make sure I associate myself with them. I won't repeat them. I really wanted to also just take a moment and just really appreciate the work that was done in Eastern recently with fires, and then the kind of like the kind of offshoot fire that was occurring. And I really appreciated how the staff handled the fact that the warehouse or the commercial building was vacant. And I'm just mindful that at any point, all of this goes into action, and you're needing multiple like resources, and the 2 in 2 off is really important. I just want to make sure I say that. And I am also mindful that the salary piece is important as well. And I want to note that it is important to me. I'm in this budget cycle. I know that there's some work to do around what it looks like at the end of the day, but I'm hopeful that we'll get to the point where we actually are showing our staff in total the parity that they need in order to be the professionals that they, or to support them as the best professionals that they are. And so I appreciate your being here today. And I also want to just note that Battalion Chief Green is phenomenal for my daughter to see. And I am very excited about that promotion. And I want to encourage you to promote from within as much as possible, not just Black folks, but all the folks. I think you have a really good team, and the folks that I've been able to interact with have always been of most stellar, they offer the most stellar services, and I appreciate what they do. Thank you.
Councilmember, thank you very much for the kind words. That fire actually that you referred to was extremely difficult. It started in a single family dwelling, a block away from where those embers fell. And luckily we had additional resources on scene that could respond to that quickly and kept that to really just being a roof fire with a little bit of drop down, but kept the damage on the second building to extremely minor. So, but thank you for noticing that. Our members do incredible work every single day. And I'm sure Chief Green enjoys being a role model because I think she does it. I mean, I know she does a very good job at it. So thank you.
Thank you. And I want to selfishly say, yes, thank you for saving my life, because I was in the building across the street from that building, and all of the evacuations and making sure we all understood what was happening was appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Colleagues, if there are no further questions, I see John is up. I don't see any. So Chief, I just want to say thank you. We really appreciate you. Thank you for your good work. And we'll hope to see you soon in person.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Okay.
All right.
We'd like to move on to Sean Egan is here, Director of Transportation, to give us an overview of the Transportation Department.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of Council. Go to the next slide. I am Sean Egan. I'm Director of Transportation, and I'm proud to present today on behalf of the nearly 90 current employees of the department. In the last year, we have welcomed our new Assistant Director for Mobility Services, Rochelle Parent, formed and staffed a new Business Services unit, and we have Tom Devlin and Trevor Miner here from that unit, who were integral in preparing the budget materials you'll see today. And we've continued to benefit from the experience and expertise of Assistant Director Bill Judge, who leads planning and engineering for the department. I want to draw special attention to our frontline staff who, throughout the pandemic, have continued to serve the Durham community by maintaining traffic signage and signals, to keep our streets safe and others who have adapted parking services to respond to the pandemic's impacts. It was wonderful to hear the council's enthusiasm yesterday for the city manager's proposal to provide retroactive premium pay for our frontline staff. And I also want to highlight the importance of Go Durham bus and access systems and their personnel, and express appreciation for the Go Durham staff who continue to provide essential mobility for our community during this challenging time. If you go to the next slide, as we look at our overall budget, while there are minor changes in our general fund and grant budgets, we primarily have a tale of two funds. It is the best of times for the transit fund, while for the parking fund, it is the worst of times. So I'm going to pass over the grant fund table and move to the parking. The next, so parking demand has been severely reduced during the pandemic. In response, the department has undertaken a series of cost containment, hiring freezes for select full-time positions, refinanced debt service, and reduced contract expenses. Despite the savings generated from these measures, the budget assumes all currently available fund balance will be utilized in FY22, and relief in the form of transfers from other sources will be needed. We will continue to monitor developments with our colleagues in BMS and finance and provide updates to council through the quarterly reporting process in FY22. On the next slide, you'll see the transit fund that benefits from federal COVID-19 relief that has made it possible to weather the suspension of fare collection, the loss of state aid, and the additional expenses for personal protective equipment for staff and riders. Over the last year, for example, we have distributed nearly 400,000 masks on Go Durham buses across our community. Next slide, please. The proposed budget includes two new positions. One, to manage the delivery of infrastructure projects funded by the Durham County Transit Plan, such as those in the Go Durham Better Bus project, as well as a new staff position at the sign and signal shop for maintenance of the city's growing number of traffic control signs and pavement markings. The increase in federal aid for transit also allows us to address deferred maintenance needs, replacing bus lifts at the end of their useful life and an HVAC system that recently failed on one of the hottest days of the summer, forcing staff to evacuate the facility, while also adding a bus vacuum system to address concerns about bus cleanliness we have heard from our riders and through community engagement. We have also proposed improvements to frequency and hours of bus services, as well as expanded on-demand services to respond to needs identified through community engagement, and are working to maximize the funding available through the Durham County Transit Plan to support these initiatives. One of the key constraints on our ability to offer additional services is personnel. We are always hiring new bus operators, and we find that many struggle to complete the required training, particularly around customer service and communication skills. As a result, we often lose more than half of our recruits during the training process. To address this, we are partnering with Durham Tech to offer essential skills training to Durham residents to build these skills and enable graduates of that program to successfully complete the training required to become a Go Durham bus operator. Next slide, please. To address the parking fund losses, we will need to address both revenues and expenses, continuing the cost containment efforts implemented over the last year to reduce part-time positions, reduce contracted security, and insource certain security and maintenance functions using parking staff. For revenues, we are currently working on a study of parking rates and plan to present the study findings and recommendations at a work session in August. With the support of federal funding from the Congestion Mitigation and Air Quality, or CMAQ, program recommended by the Durham Chapel Hill Carrboro Metropolitan Planning Organization, we are excited to add 8 miles of bike lanes this year. We will also continue the installation of audible pedestrian signals like the one completed earlier this week at Fayetteville Road and Renaissance Parkway. The budget also includes one-time reductions as we deplete our current equipment inventories. However, additional funding will be needed in future years to restore full service levels. Next slide, please. For transit, the city manager announced in her presentation last week that her budget continues the suspension of fare collection for both bus and access riders through FY22. This decision was informed by a race equity analysis conducted by our colleagues at Budget Management and Services that showed that communities of color would see the greatest benefit from this investment. As we have discussed, Go Durham represents a unique opportunity to focus investment in disadvantaged communities, as more than 80% of our riders are people of color, nearly 75% have incomes below $25,000 a year, and more than 2/3 live in zero-car households. So transit is their transportation. Last month on Earth Day, Go Durham launched our electric bus program with an inaugural trip on the Holloway Street corridor, starting at the site of the Village Transit Center. Modernization of our fleet continues in the coming fiscal year, with delivery of 8 diesel replacement buses and 6 electric buses for service expansion expected by the end of December. This enables Go Durham to retire the 2003 series buses, like the one shown on the left with the data branding, and grow our electric fleet to 8 buses. Next slide, please. Work is also underway for a series of infrastructure improvements through the Better Bus Project, with better pedestrian connections to bus stops through the Bus Access Initiative, bus speed and reliability changes to traffic signals, pavement markings, and signage where buses and riders experience delays, and the corridor improvements on Fayetteville Street and Holloway Street, including the Village Transit Center. Better infrastructure will be paired with an expansion of the on-demand zone in East Durham to make last-mile connections to the transit network, as well as new services in response to engagement conducted for the Durham County Transit Plan. We will also be working with Durham County, Go Triangle, and the DCHC MPO to update the Durham County Transit Plan and associated interlocal agreement to provide the City of Durham, provider of more than 80% of transit service in Durham County, with a formal role in the recommendations of the staff working group. We are also excited to begin our partnership with Durham Tech to equip Durham residents with the skills they need to become Go Durham bus operators so that we can continue to grow the services we provide in our community. So I want to say thank you to our colleagues in BMS and finance, as well as our city manager, Paige, and deputy city manager, Chadwell. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Great presentation, Mr. Egan. Wow, what a year you've had on the buses. Oh my gosh. But you all have handled it so well. I just have been so impressed with, to use a pandemic word, the way you've pivoted. You've done a wonderful job. And I know it's been a difficult year to be a leader, but you've been a great leader. So just want to thank you. And this report, just shows the intricacies and the so much that's associated with your operations. So much to be excited about, the free fares, and thank you for that analysis and for budget and management services. We've discussed that earlier as a council. We're very excited. We're excited about the electric buses. And I think some of your initiatives around training with Durham Tech are fantastic. Could you explain a little bit more? And you were talking about a couple of your funds and the kind of and a level of uncertainty about the funding. And could you describe that a little bit more and talk about how it relates to potential federal funding and our ability to fill the necessary holes?
So I'll start with the transit fund. We've received the first 2 allocations from the CARES Act, as well as the CRISA So we're working through applications and drawing down those funds. We're waiting on the final figures for the American Rescue Plan, the third round of federal relief funding. And what that does for us is it gives us the flexibility to address initiatives where we have needs for training, we have needs for deferred maintenance, and it puts us in a position to have fund balance available by utilizing those federal funds and then diverting some of our local dollars to other needs. And that flexibility offers us the ability to do things like the fare free extension through FY22. On the parking side, we're seeing a significant drop off, about $1.5 million from our last full pre-COVID year. So that while we've done some cost containment, we have not been able to do enough cost containment to avoid depleting our fund balance for the parking fund. So we've been utilizing that throughout this year. We'll continue to utilize that, but we expect to draw that down. And my understanding is that the parking losses are an eligible use of the American Rescue Plan funds that are available to the city. So the manager's office and BMS are going to be looking at that as a potential way to offset the losses that we're experiencing from parking.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, questions or comments for Mr. Egan? I think Councilmember Reese wants to comment.
I did. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And then I think Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sean, thanks for being with us today. I just wanted to say, you said a lot of great things about the operators on Go Durham who have really persevered during the pandemic. And I just want to add my voice to that. These are folks who went to work and did what absolutely had to be done. And I think one thing that folks may tend to forget, because there are a lot of national headlines about public systems of transportation in larger cities that saw significant drop-offs in ridership during the pandemic. Durham's not one of those places. We saw a small reduction early, but then we were pretty much at levels pretty quick, such that I know that you had to, because of social distancing requirements, we ended up having to increase capacity on some of our major lines during this process. But even during the midst of the greatest global pandemic any of us have ever seen, Durham found a way to expand transit service along those heaviest corridors and move to 15-minute service in a way that I was actually really surprised that we could manage. And I know that a lot of that has to do with the support we've gotten from our partners, but it also has to do, Sean, with your leadership and making sure that we understand that that's a priority. I sent all my colleagues the Better Buses, Better Cities book. And after I read it, I came to understand, Sean, that almost everything you're doing to try to improve our bus system is described in this book as a thing that you have to do, especially in a city like ours, Sean, as you mentioned, where 80% of our riders are people of color, low-income folks who don't have a car. And so to the extent that we want to improve the lives of our residents, to the extent that we want to put more fuel in a true engine of racial equity, I have always believed that Go Durham is one of those places. And so that's why it's so important that we work with our partners to make sure that the city of Durham has a seat at the table when it comes to deciding how the Durham County transit funds will be spent. And I'm so grateful to our partners at Durham County who are moving to make that kind of change. And I hope and pray that our partners in that will also see the value of having the city be involved in crafting the Durham County Transit Plan and deciding about and helping make those funding decisions, because the vast majority of folks who ride transit in Durham don't ride regional transit. They ride our local transit system. There are lots of exciting ideas and projects about how we can improve regional transit, and at a good price. I think they make sense for us. But I think we have to stay focused, as you have done, Sean, in your department, on making sure that our local bus system has the resources it needs to meet folks where they are and get them where they need to be. I'm also wanting to say that part of what you have done during the pandemic is begin the Better Buses project here in Durham, starting with some corridor improvements along highly traveled, our busiest bus corridors. That's really exciting work, because these are small physical changes to the infrastructure and to signaling, to signage, that can make a huge difference in terms of keeping our buses on time, which is one of the key kind of undervalued aspects of a healthy functioning transit system. Not just that buses come frequently, but that they come when they're supposed to. And so that combination of on-time performance and frequency is what can really flip the switch for so many folks to begin taking advantage of what is a world-class system of public transportation in many ways. The other thing I wanted to say is part of the Better Buses project there's a whole section about improving access to our bus stops. And that involves a number of quick build projects that are going to be deployed around the city to try to make some changes to improve those levels of access. And Sean, you and I have talked a lot about making sure that those quick build projects are where they can do the most good, but also happen in parts of our city that have been underserved for a long time with these kinds of improvements. We've specifically talked about Route 9 that goes through the Bragtown neighborhood and how some of those projects we hope can be included in there. The final thing I wanted to say on service expansion, and specifically to Route 9 for our neighbors in Bragtown, is that this is exactly the kind of project that we would, in a different world, under different circumstances, with a different operating agreement around the Durham County Transit Plan, that we would take to the staff working group and say, this is a community that has been underserved for generations that could use more frequent and better bus service, and put that in front of them. But we don't have the opportunity to do that right now for lots of reasons. And I think getting that operating agreement renegotiated will give us the ability to do that. And like I said, there are lots of great regional projects on the horizon that I think we should support at the right price. But ultimately, if you ask 10 people, any random 10 people in the city of Durham, what do you think about transit? They're not going to be talking to you about regional transit. They're going to talk about their bus stop having no shelter or no bench. They're going to talk about there not being a sidewalk between where they have to start their journey and getting up to the bus stop. And they're going to talk about how buses aren't coming on time the way they would like and not as frequently. And so that's what I hope this body can continue to be focused on, for all the reasons that Sean has said. The very last thing I want to say, and then I'll be done with it, is that I'm really looking forward to the shared active transportation update that we're going to see at some point in the next several months. I think especially as we emerge, some folks emerge from the pandemic and begin riding these devices, I'm seeing more and more complaints about sidewalk blockages. And I know that's something that our staff is working really hard on as we speak. During this meeting on social media, you can see our staff making sure that these blockages get reported to the vendors. But I think there are some ways that we can improve that experience for pedestrians and our disabled neighbors who are trying to use our sidewalks, especially downtown. I look forward to talking about that. But Sean, I've just been really impressed with your entire staff and your personal leadership. You're one of the department directors that I probably spend the most time talking to, unfortunately for you. And the responsiveness of you and your staff has just been tremendous. So I want to thank you for everything you're doing, and let's keep going. And oh, by the way, we're going to have to figure out how to go fare-free next year, but we'll talk about that soon. All right, bye.
I just want to say, Mr. Egan, that Councilmember Reese says to all the directors that they're one of the ones he talks to the most. I just want you to know that you don't get special treatment. We have 26 directors. He talks to all of them a lot, apparently. But I do want to say, express gratitude for Councilmember Reese's incredible activism and expertise on the transit front. He has really committed himself to knowing it and to being active around it, and has become our expert. And it's really it's a gift to all of us. So thank you.
I'll be on Route 5 tomorrow morning.
Other comments and questions? I think I called on Councilmember Freeman next. Yeah, Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Reese, for covering just about all of the questions and covering all the areas that we need to talk about. And I won't repeat those areas, but I do want to just hone in on one area specifically around the loss of the funding at the state and federal level, and just noting that some of these grants and the lack of their replacements could prevent a lot of folks with disabilities from actually being able to transport, to have transportation or transport to doctor's appointments, to regular, food and grocery store pickups. And so I just wanted to hear a little bit about how you plan to, I guess, to alleviate that or try to address it in some way, shape, or form in this next year, acknowledging that there's such a heavy lift.
Certainly. So we have lost significant state aid through the state's State Maintenance Assistance Program, SMAP program. We've been fortunate in that the relief coming through the federal aid for the first 2 rounds and the 3rd round upcoming from the American Rescue Plan has been enough for us to continue to provide full services across our community. We saw certainly during the pandemic that our access riders still need to get to life-saving medical treatments like their dialysis appointments. And those, we've been absolutely committed to making sure that we're providing full service to our access riders. And we've even offered new services over the last few months. Anyone who has a vaccination appointment doesn't need to have registered with our access system. They just can call, and our access system will pick them up and take them to that vaccination appointment. So, despite some of the funding challenges that we've had, particularly at the state level, we've actually increased our services over the last year and tailored some specific services to respond to the needs related to the pandemic. And we're also, I spoke with a group called Vision Insights last month about which represents visually impaired riders. Many of whom use both our fixed route and our access systems. And they offered a great deal of input on how we can do better. And so I'm going to be continuing to work with our access operations team, as well as the Durham County Transit Plan update process, to identify how we can better serve the community that uses our access services. So
thank you. I appreciate that. And just one noted point, I just wanted to make sure that we're not leaving it to chance. I do want to make sure that Route 9 is included. I don't think there's a think about it. I think it needs to be included, and just making sure that that's clear.
So that's a route where it's one of the routes that we've requested funding through the Durham County Transit Plan. It's included in the scenarios that are under consideration for that plan. So we're going to be continuing to advocate for that. That plan is about to go out for community engagement, and I think it's going to be really important for the Bragtown community, as well as other communities that are looking for better local bus service, to fully participate in that process, because that's the best opportunity that we have to add frequency, add evening hours and weekend hours of service is through that funding that's available in the Durham County Transit Plan. So I will be participating in the Bragtown bus tour on June 12th and learn more about the needs in that particular community. But I really want to encourage our residents to fully participate in that process and make sure that those needs are prioritized in that process.
Thank you, Mr. Egan. And I also just wanted to share that I think it's important to note that there are intersections around this conversation around the regional and the local that are starting to kick up and play out. And I just wanted to make sure that it's not going to be at the expense of. So just acknowledging that folks in the community have expressed their displeasure with how things have worked out with the light rail, and how 10 years spent focused on light rail was at the expense of all of the folks on the buses. And if we do the same thing again in commuter rail, that it doesn't serve our local needs. And so I just wanted to make sure that I highlight that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had one question. Thank you for all of your work. I know the bus system has been really important for a lot of our residents during the pandemic. It's amazing that we've seen more people riding the bus over the last year. I just wanted to ask real quick about the parking fund. Do we imagine that that situation is going to be better in the next fiscal year, or like, do we see a path toward that being solvent, or are we looking at like a multi-year situation of losses in the parking fund? And do y'all have any ideas on what we might need to do to deal with that?
So we do expect to see a loss in 22 as well as again in 23, and then we see recovery in the later years. A big part of that is going to be adjusting rates. So some of the hourly, we developed a plan to have every other year adjustments to our hourly rates, and then every other year adjustments to our monthly parking rates. The hourly rate changes were initially going to go into effect in October of last year. That's been deferred, and the monthly rates that would have gone into effect in July of this year have also been deferred. And we're using this time now to conduct a consultant study that we'll be bringing back to council in August with a report and recommendations on how we can adjust those rates so that the rates provide a better reflection of the true cost to the city of providing these parking services.
So you're saying rates would go up?
That's what we expect from them. That's what we had as our multi-year plan. We're looking at which rates should go up in at what rates. So, but the multi-year plan that we had developed had increases in both monthly and hourly rates to be implemented every other year. And so we're working through the recommendations on what the right level of increase is and the timing of that as part of the study.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Yeah, I mean, I remember a few years back, we were, worried about the parking fund and thought that building that parking garage in downtown over by the post office was going to help. Seems like maybe it didn't. And we're still kind of in the same situation. It feels bad to have the city subsidizing parking. I know that it's something that it's hard to get away from, but yeah, it's worrying that we're doing that and that we've continued to do it even though we've tried to get out of it. It just feels like we can't ever stop subsidizing parking, and I don't know how to do that, but I would like to if we could figure out how to do it. And then but we can't make the rates so high that no one actually uses the garages. So yeah, rock and hard place, but thank you for your insights.
I think one of the questions there is when demand returns, that'll be hopefully a different equation. But yeah, right now, no demand, no ability to raise rates. Yeah. Okay, Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director Egan, good to see you, man, in person. You got that signature look with your headset on your kind of, so you look like a gamer. Yeah, he's different than the other director. Mr. Mayor, you ain't have to put our boy Charlie out there like that. He's eager about the work, and we're better for his engagement with the department directors. So I thank him for that. I want to thank him for the book too, and I'll use that as a jump off point. The Better Buses, Better Cities. So much of that's in the book I kind of knew intuitively and anecdotally, but it was good to see it codified, and it's good to also see it at work, Sean, in our transportation department. I was really anticipating this presentation, believe it or not, amongst all others, because I think that if we're to have a Marshall Plan for Durham, for our legacy communities, transportation is going to play such a key part of that. I remember when I was first getting settled in Durham, riding the bus years ago, and somebody on the bus asked me, "What's wrong?" And I mean, what do you mean, what's wrong? because I was on a bus in Durham, and I grew up riding buses and trains, not commuter rail, buses and trains. And one of the things I loved about it is the egalitarian nature of it. You know, millionaire stockbroker on your left, homeless person on your right. Nobody assigned, you know, socioeconomic value to you riding the bus or the train. And we know that the difference between the magic of enjoying open spaces in Durham or one of our trails or getting a job at Google or Apple, the difference between that experience and not having it is oftentimes a ride. And so many of our people in the city need to be able to negotiate the city in order to make the magic happen. So I want to thank you for the work you've been doing, this important work. My colleagues have touched on a couple of areas that I had to ask questions. So this will greatly lengthen, thankfully, my engagement with you. With respect to what we're going to be looking at the CIP project and bringing equity lens to a CIP project, bus stops are going to play a big role in that view. So it's already been asked. I don't have to say more about that, but just to put you on notice that you're going to be an important conversation partner as we look to do justice to our legacy areas in the city. Obviously, with respect to transportation, as far as you're concerned. Second thing I wanted to do is just thank you. We have a resident. I don't know if this has risen to your desk, but you've had some ambassadors in your department working with a resident who lives on Fayetteville. And you probably know what I'm talking about, where the DOT is doing that massive project. And there's a stoplight, literally. I mean, it's literally, you open her door and there's a light there, and there's nothing, you know, the state did it. It was an eminent domain issue, but she's really, really upset. But I was heartened to hear how members of our transportation team have been working with her and trying to find creative ways to make the space more livable. I don't know what the ultimate outcome is going to be, but you need to know that I think that's the type of culture that's flowing through our transportation department and working with her. I won't call her name. I didn't get permission to call her name, but you know what I'm talking about, that particular case. So I want to thank you for continuing to engage and continuing to address that. Finally, I'll dismount here, and the Mayor Pro Tem touched on parking. My final question was about parking, but with a little twist on it. Insofar as parking is a revenue source for us, and we're being asked as a council to consider turning outdoor dining, making it permanent, and that will affect some of the parking in Durham. And I've gotten this question from a number of folks. Well, do you foresee that having a major, I'll say, deleterious impact on our revenue generation if we were to make outdoor dining permanent in the corridors where it's been asked? You have any thoughts on that?
Right now, we have a good deal of parking inventory.
Right.
So demand is low. So if folks can't find a space on street because it's been repurposed for a curbside pickup zone or for outdoor dining, we have plenty of spaces available in our parking decks to accommodate that demand. In the near term, as long as people are willing, the on-street parking is our most convenient parking spaces. But if folks are willing to go around the corner and park in one of our decks, then there's not really a significant revenue loss in the near term. As the city continues to grow and parking demand recovers, we may get to a point where we've maxed out our off-street capacity. But I think we're a ways off from that. And so in the near term, there shouldn't be a significant impact on the revenue side.
Cool. I appreciate that. My question was, it was strategic. Well, if we codify that and we return back to our normal way of life, is that going to be do you foresee that being an issue? And also the dovetail, the mayor, the Mayor Pro Tem's sentiments about the city subsidizing parking. I'm with her on kind of having a queasy feeling about us subsidizing parking. I know the general thing is that in doing so, it's supposed to spur economic. We're supposed to realize economic benefits from subsidizing parking. There's a flow through effect because businesses get more feet past them, more dollars spent, so it accrues back to us on the back end. I get the economic undergirding proposition of it, but I do share the Mayor Pro Tem's I don't know if queasiness is the right word, but certainly it raises questions in me. But I do appreciate the prognosis, if you will, about because I'll just say I like the idea and the idea of codifying, making permanent outdoor dining resonates with me. I think it brings more character to our city. I think it activates it in terms of foot traffic. But I also want to get a sense of how it might impact us in other ways as a city, particularly when we're looking at, parking revenue or the lack thereof. So look forward to working with you on these all great, exciting things coming down the road. And transportation is going to be a major player in that. So thank you, Sean. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Council Member. I'm going to call on Council Member Reese, and I hope that could be our last comment so we can move along. Council Member.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to make 2 points. First, the reason that Councilmember Middleton and the Mayor Pro Tem feel bad about supporting parking is because it's bad. That's why you feel bad, because it's bad. Understanding the economic stimulus argument, but the other thing we're stimulating is people getting in their cars and driving downtown and parking them there. And that's not great. And so understand that we've got to figure out a way to right the ship in terms of the parking fund. But Sean, I'm really, really heartened to hear your remarks about the kind of the capacity on the street and what that looks like. The other thing I wanted to say, and Sean, this is not a criticism, I promise you, because you're right that one of the main entry points that folks in Durham have to the work of the Durham County Transit Plan and trying to get additional funding for service expansion along Route 9 is through the public engagement that's going to be going on. I think that's exactly right. But it really sticks in my craw, and I suspect my colleagues will have the same reaction, that we have to resort to asking the same people in Bragtown to tell us yet again they're not being well served. I feel like we've gotten that message on the council, and so I think what I'd like to do is figure out a way that we can, as people, the 7 of us, make that perspective known to the folks who are making these decisions. They are other boards that are populated in part by us and in part by other people. And so I think I'll take the opportunity to talk to Sean a little bit about how we can be better advocates for the folks in Bragtown along Route 9 as the staff working group considers these types of expansion funding, because I know, and Sean, again, you did not mean this, but it's not fair for us to ask those folks to be on point in terms of making their needs known yet again. They've done that. We've gotten that message. So let's go ahead and see what we can do to boost that signal for them. That's all I had to say. I promise I'll stop now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Council Member. I do want to remind colleagues that we had the Mayor's Challenge Grant from Bloomberg that was helping us figure out ways to reduce the number of cars that were parking downtown. Let's just say the timing on that was not perfect. So I think we're all very aware of this problem, and we'll have to figure out a way to deal with it. Okay, Mr. Egan, thank you. We're grateful for you being here with us. Thank you so much for your work.
Thank you for the opportunity.
I want to say, final thing I want to say before Mr. Egan goes off, I realize we see Mr. Judge a lot, and I hope you will offer Mr. Judge our deep appreciation. Every time we see him, he's in some, hey, Mr. Judge, come on and solve this really hard problem for us. Sorry to put you on the spot in front of everybody, but he does it with a lot of grace, a lot of objectivity, and a lot of sort of just the facts, ma'am. And I really want to appreciate him, and I hope you'll pass that on to him.
I certainly will. We couldn't do the important work that we're doing without Bill.
Right.
He's just absolutely integral and a great leader for our organization. So
great.
Thank you for recognizing that.
Yeah, please pass it on. And we're glad to have Ms. Parent as well. All right, Mr. Allore, it's up to you.
We are prepared to press on if you are willing to listen.
We'll press on, and I see Mr. Long is with us. Welcome, Mr. Long.
Good afternoon. My name is Donald Long, and I'm the Director of Solid Waste Management for the City of Durham. With me this afternoon are Wayne Fenton and Jim Reingruber, my 2 assistant directors, and Brandy Manor, my Senior Business Services Manager. You see our org chart. The department requested and received approval for 6 FTEs in FY22, and the 4 positions approved for residential collection division were previously approved as overhires, where the 4 positions are requested were previously approved as overhires in FY21. These positions will help the department alleviate some of the service issues we encountered in FY21, most notably in our yard waste division. Next slide, please. You see our resource allocation table. Capital increase is as a cost for the split body rear loader is in there, and the cost of contract repairs at the annex are in there as well. Program revenues are down due to tipping fees because of the mix of commercial and residential waste being generated. The pandemic caused the commercial revenue producing waste tonnage to drop while the residential waste tonnage went up. We met with our recycling processor recently, and recycling markets have been stronger, and we hope they continue to improve. We hope we will go from sending them money to them sending us money. Next slide, please. Our budget highlights. The department submitted 8 budget requests this year as shown above. Most of these are self-explanatory. I will highlight 3. The first is the maintenance assistant FTE for cart services. This position would primarily repair damaged carts, also assist in cart delivery. It will essentially pay for itself as the department would save money by repairing more carts instead of replacing as many damaged carts with a new cart. The second is an administrative technician scale attendant at the transfer station. This position will allow for full-time operation of both scale houses to provide adequate coverage during employee absences. It will not be hired until January of 2022 as the completion of the second scale house is completed right around December of 2021. The third request is the add to base for Sunoco and GFL contracts. This was needed as both contracts have built-in escalators. These are cost increases projected to maintain our current level of services at the transfer station and for recycling processing. Next slide, please. Our budget highlights. We have 4 major initiatives we want to highlight that are coming up over the next 6 months. Curbside collection for compost and route rebalancing. Both of these were pretty well put on the back burner in the last year. We were moving forward with them until the pandemic hit, and we are planning to move forward as some of the restrictions affecting our operations have been lifted. We're developing plans to rebalance routes in order to more efficiently manage the growth as experienced. We had a plan on the table, but Durham has grown so much in the last year that that plan kind of became obsolete. And the longer we wait to get a rebalancing done, the more things we have to move around to make it work. But we're going to be moving forward with that. And it'll be a relatively small portion of customers having their collection days changed. That was our major deal. We don't want to move too many people around and get them confused. Participation in the Triangle Region Solid Waste Consortium. City Council approved this agreement with our regional partners at a recent council meeting. We meet on a regular basis with Triangle J Council of Governments, Lee Worsley coordinating the group. And that is because we have common needs. Raleigh, Durham, Chapel Hill, Orange County, we all have common needs. We all are really suffering from the recycling market downturn. And we think if we combine resources, we can come up with something that'll help us financially on that level. Scale house renovation, we are adding a 3rd scale and an associated 2nd scale house to our current operation. The approved scale attendant will allow for separate operation of a 2nd scale house. The renovation also includes a new break room. And hopefully when we have periods of high usage, this will keep those cars having to line up on the street. I'll take questions from here. I want to thank everybody who assisted us in getting this together. The budget department has been especially helpful, as well as our deputy, Bo Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Long. It's great to see you. It's been a long time. Really good to see you, at least virtually, and look forward to seeing you in person. Your department has also been another that was really, you had so many frontline workers really hard hit by the pandemic needs and quarantine needs and so forth, social distancing needs. And just want to thank you, as I did Mr. Egan, for getting through it so well. I know it's been a really tough year. I have a couple of questions. I'll start with, one is about yard waste service, which we've had a difficult year with, and wondering where that is and how you're feeling about our ability to do it well and do it on a regular schedule moving ahead.
I feel very good about our ability to do it well. June 1st, we're going back to our regular collection process. So we have 22,508 yard waste customers. We are adding 102 customers per month. That is unprecedented. Just to give you an example, last fiscal year, we averaged adding 62 customers a month. And basically what happened was we went from collecting 12 routes a week to collecting those 12 routes in 2 days, because we were utilizing yard waste personnel to help us collect garbage. And so we just fell behind. We knew that was ambitious when we proposed that. We felt like we could keep up, but what we didn't anticipate were that a large number of people being out. And so now we're getting people back. At present, we still have 8 people out long-term. I think 3 of those are yard waste. And I think we will be, hopefully we'll be back up to snuff in August at least, but we will have enough people. And during the pandemic, something happened that was really nice. The trucks that we had been waiting on for 2 years came in. And so now we're up to snuff on trucks. I think on June 1st, we'll be functional enough personnel-wise to get it done. We'll be going back to regular service, and I feel very confident, Mr. Mayor, we'll be able to do that.
Great. And your ability to hire is pretty good at this point?
Our ability to hire is pretty good at this point. What we do is we establish, if we run a process, at the end of the process, we establish a roster, we get them registered with HR. And then when we have vacancies, rather than start a process all over again, they allow us just to go to our roster and call people and ask them if they're interested.
Great. And then on the other question regards the curbside compost pickup, organic waste. Let me see what you call it exactly on the budget sheet here. Yeah, curbside collection for compost. Can you talk about where we are with that?
Like I said, that was one of the ones put on the back burner. Because of the restrictions, we didn't try to move forward with that. As of July 1st, we're gonna get our boots on the ground and start doing canvassing and see who's interested in participating in the program. And I feel like we ought to be able to get that moving forward in the very near future.
That's exciting. Will there be separate bins, or how will that work?
We think for right now, we're going to try to use the yard waste carts.
Yeah.
I've had some conversations with my staff. I'm not real keen on adding another bin. We already have, for people who have yard waste, and some people have more than one recycling cart. We already have a lot of bins in front of people's yards and garages, side of the house. So I'm not a big fan of adding another cart unless it's something that people would want to keep inside of their house and take out. So that's still kind of a work in progress, but I wouldn't count on adding another bin at this point.
Great. All right. Well, thank you very much. I'm excited about that. It's great to think that that's going to be coming soon, and I'm really excited. I'm going to now move to Councilmember Caballero, and then I'm going to move to Councilmember Freelon, and then Councilmember Freeman.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Long. Good to see you.
Nice to see you.
Thank you. Your staff was amazing this year. I would periodically tell my kids, like, look, the city's moving when you're recycling and garbage is still getting picked up like clockwork in the middle of a pandemic. And so it was really a lot of appreciation to your staff. I had a couple of follow-up questions on compost. How often are you, and if this is too in the weeds, it's fine. I'm hoping that we can't you can't do compost on the way we do recycling, especially in the summer. So I just want to throw that out there as we're thinking about it. And just curious about if that's too in the weeds, if y'all have gotten there. That's been even the garbage in the summer because of the smell is something that I'm wondering how we're going to handle.
No, ma'am, that's not too in the weeds. You are exactly on point with that. For the same reason, every now and then we'll have someone say, well, we're recycling more, so why not make recycling every week and garbage every other week? And I always point out in the summertime, that's a big issue. So compost is going to have to be collected on a weekly basis. We wouldn't want to have create odor problems all over the city by asking people to hold that stuff for an every other week collection. So no, I don't think it'll be every other week. It would, well, most definitely it'll be an every week collection.
Thank you, and add me to the list for any kind of cheerleading y'all need. We're avid composters, and I'm really excited that we're moving forward.
Well, what I plan on advancing with my staff and with Beverly Thompson's staff is having you guys be advocates for us when we kick it off. So we will be in touch with that.
And Councilmember Caballero can do it in Spanish.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Freelon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good to see you again, Mr. Long.
Nice to see you, sir. Ex-employee.
Yes, I used to work at the Department of Solid Waste back in high school. That is correct. And yeah, under David McCary. And it's one of my favorite departments. And yeah, my question was building on a question Mayor Schul asked about yard waste. There have been some folks who kind of were asking about how the pricing with yard waste works. I think if I understand correctly, it's kind of baked into the fee. And then, but people were asking if it could be like a one-off, or I don't know. Could you just explain how pricing for yard waste works rather? Okay,
so when we went to every other week, we didn't get a lot of it, but the voices that we heard were loud voices campaigning to cut the fee in half, since we were cutting the collection service in half. We don't establish that fee as a result of the number of trips. We established that fee with it's a formula that I could not recite to you right now, but we tried to build in the gas usage, the employee cost, and how many miles we drive and things like that. And we come up with that fee scale based on those numbers. We don't come up with that fee scale based on the amount of time. Had we been able to pull it off and really be efficient at collecting at that rate, it would have pretty much amounted to the same number of collections as we were doing when we were doing it every other week. So moving forward, come June 1st, the fee will stay the same. If anyone feels as if they were sold short during the pandemic when we had to cut services, we would apologize and we would explain to them, just as I explained to you, that we don't base it on the number of times we come by the house. And it is a subscription fee. So it's not anything that's forced on anyone.
Okay. Yeah, that's really helpful for me to explain to residents who reach out. And I've got to commend y'all every single time someone comes out and complains, and I check back in on them, they say, y'all jumped right on it. So I do want to commend y'all for being responsive to folks who complain. But yeah, there are people who asked about that fee structure, and hearing that it's not based on the number of trips is helpful. I think most people can hopefully be empathetic to the fact that we've had an unprecedented year last year, and it sounds like things will be back up and running in August, you said, is when you expect to return to normal?
Yard waste, we're expecting to return to normal June 1st, next week.
June 1st. Oh, great.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Wonderful. Okay, thank you for that. Those are my questions, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr.
sir.
Long. Okay.
Thank you. And I'm glad to hear about your employment history. I didn't know that. That's great. On council expert.
We could have used them.
I could have used him this year. That's right. And of course, we know that Councilmember Freeman's husband has a lot of expertise in this area as well. Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. I just had a couple questions and just following up. I realized that the rebalancing conversation around the routes is still concerning to me, acknowledging that in the planning process, in the zoning case, there's kind of a check off or feedback that comes from solid waste. And it doesn't usually indicate that there's going to be a negative impact or a positive impact or what the impact might be. And I think it might be important to note again, because I've noted it for the last 3 years, that it would probably be good in many of our departments to acknowledge where growth is going. Those costs are going to go too. And so the need for these additional staff is increasing on the base of where we are. But when we create urban sprawl, that is greater than if it were in a compact area. And so just know sending folks all the way out to a donut hole to actually provide the type of trash and recycling service or composting or yard waste servicing is also more expensive. And I think there needs to be a way to factor that in on each of these zoning cases, because we do continue to see an additional, I don't know that number is going to stay flat at 102 per month. I think it might grow even more. So that's just my own thing. But I just had a question. I know that there was a private recycling company shopping an ordinance around to try and have commercial recycling as a requirement, or as setting an ordinance that made it required. And I just wanted to get some feedback on whether you felt that because I know that they were setting their tipping rate below where our tipping rate was, if you'd had any conversations around this or not. And I have not had a chance to catch up with you, and I do apologize, but this was a chance to make sure that I get it on your radar.
I have not had any conversations with any privates in regards to commercial recycling. I think if they would check, the state already requires commercial recycling. And I think more or less, without me knowing any details, this sounds like a company that's just trying to spread its services around the businesses, because they're already doing so, and they are allowed to do that. While on the other hand, while a business has a contract with a private company, we are not allowed to contact them. We are not allowed to intercede on any private contracts. But I have not heard from, I'm not aware of that. And I would check with our recycling folks to see if they are aware of that.
Thank you. I'll follow up with you afterwards, but I appreciate that. At least it lets me know it raised the flag for me, and I was trying to figure out why, but that helps. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Council Member. Are there any further questions or comments from Mr. Long? Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Long, I didn't think I would see you till GHO, but it's good. It's good to see
if
you.
GHO happens,
I think it's gonna happen, bro.
I think it's gonna happen. I think it's gonna happen.
Yes, sir. Good to see you, man. Let me add my word of thanks to you and your department in particular. For those of us that are blessed and fortunate enough to be able to sit at home and still do our work in front of a computer, it's a good reminder of just how impactful this pandemic were to some who still had to carry on the mission. And you carried out the mission under extreme fire and extreme circumstances. And we are so grateful to you and the men and women that work for you. I don't care how shiny or how hot or how happening your city is. Don't let the garbage get picked up. And everything else is placed on hold. So I just want to just add, on behalf of a grateful city, thousands of us, to thank you for operating under some incredibly difficult circumstances. And we're grateful for those that have recovered in your department. And we honor the memory of those who did not recover across the city as well. So thank you so much for that. I wanted to just, first of all, one of the ways, I think the most dramatic numbers to indicate to us how much our city is growing is when y'all talk about how many new accounts you get each month and how many people are just moving to our city, and just reminds us of the challenges of governing an emergent and growing city. This department in particular, I think, is a pretty graphic reminder to us of just how much our city is growing and how we have to stay on top of providing services across the board. in every area, that we don't have the luxury of declaring that the city's closed and nobody else can move here. And if each area is looked at, we know that we have to do what's necessary to govern a growing city. So I want to thank you for doing an incredible job in this area for managing and helping to grow our city. I just wanted to manage our growing city. One clarification, because I think, and Councilor Friedland touched on it, because I get a bunch of, we all get a bunch of emails about yard waste. I got some yesterday from residents about the yard waste schedule. And I just wanted to pick up Councilor Friedland. So I thought I heard you say June, we would be back to normal schedule, but it might take towards August for the backlog or to feel the effect of it? Or is on June 1, folk are going to notice their yard waste getting picked up with regularity? Just want to.
What I was referring to in August, that we will resume and be getting a better handle on, was the curbside compost program.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm conflating.
The yard waste program, we hope to see an instantaneous pick up on that. And let me drift back and talk about the growth a little bit. We do provide an impact analysis to John Allore when there are donut holes and buildings, new developments being raised up. We do provide an impact statement to John Allore. In that case, we do get to share what we feel like the impact of adding a donut hole or adding a development would mean on us. And say 8 times out of 10, it will mean very little, because it might not have any collection points in it, or it might be very near and close to a point that we already collect at. So if a development or if anything is added outside of our scope of being able to do it, we will provide that information to them to say, that's going to take another truck and another crew for us to do that efficiently. So we would provide that information.
That's very helpful. Thank you. And that's a great reminder. Is we as a council don't have the luxury of pretending that we can add developments or build more housing and not think that there won't be human beings living there that are going to need services across the board, every service that the city provides. So I appreciate that. So I'm just, in case you hear it on the streets, I just want to be clear. So the next time somebody asks me about yard waste, I'm gonna tell them Donald Long told me that on June 1, we're gonna be back to normal operation. So if you hear that in the street, I can say that, right?
That's fair, because we've been pushing it. We've been pushing it out through all the social media outlets. We will be back to normal June 1st.
Aggie Pride. Thank you, man.
Aggie Pride.
I
wonder what GHO was, and now I know. It's some Aggie thing. Okay. I was going to ask, but I was worried I might embarrass myself, but now I'm good. Okay.
You're my plus one.
It's the greatest homecoming on earth.
You're my plus one, Mayor. Get some experience.
I'm there. Okay. All righty. Any final comments or questions for Director Long? Council Member Freeman.
I was just going to say thank you. I appreciate that. I think it would be helpful to see it more clearly, is what I'm getting at, because it's not coming across in the zoning cases.
I think John might be able to shed more light on that.
Yeah, well, I was going to interject. I'm sorry. I was going to interject and say what Mr. Long is referring to by the impact analysis is the cost benefit analysis that is included in every annexation package you see, where there is a section on that having to do with solid waste impacts.
And I guess that's what I'm getting at, in that those impacts are by case, and there has to be a way to collect them all together. Because if you're doing Olive Branch and there's little impact, and so it says nothing, it says 0 impact on the case, it doesn't reflect the actual impact on that, like how they're having impact on our costs.
All right. Thank you, Council Member. And thank you, everyone. Mr. Long, we appreciate you. You're a great leader. We're so grateful to you. Please pass on our gratitude to the staff of the Solid Waste Department.
I
And
will do that.
hope to see you again soon in person.
Looking forward to seeing you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have two more departments. Let me just say that I turn into a pumpkin at 1:45. And at that point, I'm going to ask Mayor Pro Tem Johnson if she will be presiding, but hopefully we can get close to finish by then. So Mr. Allore, let's move right along to the Parks and Recreation Department. And I believe Mr. Walcutt is with us.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, and members of council. I wish we could have met by now and been working together for a long time, but obviously the circumstances are such that we haven't been able to. But I'm Wade Walcutt, and I'm very proud to be able to have this time and to share with you our department budget. And it really comes from the entire department. This was something that was very important to all of us when developing our budget this year, is that for every employee to have a voice and have an opportunity to contribute to that. So we're very excited about that. And I did want to underscore a common theme that we've been hearing a lot lately, and I'd be remiss if I didn't take the opportunity to do it right now. Like police, like fire, and like you've heard from all the other operations departments, we've been affected by COVID in so many ways. But so many of the men and women in those departments, including Parks and Recreation, haven't gone away. And we've been performing those duties and those services to the public. And so I wanted to take time to make sure our team was recognized during all of these stay-at-home orders from the federal and state and local area. Oftentimes, parks and trails were excluded. And we've seen how many people throughout Durham and even the country, for that matter, have really flocked to our parks and trails during this time. And even though we've been saying for years the benefits that you get from parks and recreation and being outdoors, the community really embraced it this time, and just wanted to thank them, and especially thank all of the men and women that kept our restrooms, our bathrooms clean, our parks clean, picked up litter, and did a lot of great work in our playgrounds as well. And the last bit is just thanks. We actually provided space and rooms for children that needed internet access to do their remote learning for school. So a little unique thing there, I just want to make sure was. So you can see with our org chart, the only addition here is the increase of 4 new full-time employees. And those are specifically for athletic field maintenance. And we can talk about that probably in an extra slide or two. On our resource allocation table, the biggest thing that jumps out and differences here is when you look at the row of capital and other, and you look at the adopted 21 budget and see 863, and you compare that to our proposed 22 budget, there's a big jump in there. And that jump mainly represents 2 big things. One is a one-time cost related to capital equipment purchases for our athletic field maintenance. So mowers and equipment, heavy equipment like that. The other big portion that represents that jump up is the money that we receive through the half-penny fund for maintenance for parks and recreation, which is included in the proposed 2-cent property tax increase. So that represents the big jump on this slide. Next, please. So in terms of highlights and what I alluded to a little bit ago with full-time employees, one of the initiatives that we requested and approved was athletic field maintenance. We're at a point where we're just trying to have enough resources to be able to maintain the athletic fields in a way that meets our standard and that we're proud of. We also know over the next year and into the fall, we'll have some improvements and some new parks and athletic areas coming online. So this request represents extra staff and equipment to be able to maintain what we will have starting this fall in terms of new field space to manage. That includes, of course, the Hoover Road Park that the mayor, of course, will be the first person to kick the ball in the soccer goal for that. And then that also includes some improvements that we're doing at Campus Hills with a new field, multipurpose field, and at Herndon Park, turning a natural turf field into synthetic turf. The other two highlights represent utility costs at the recently acquired Wheels property. This is just to keep basic functions going as we start our planning process. The other highlight is community play days. What this means is this is for us to offer the community more space in the evening hours when it starts to get dark, that they can have lights and play in a court free of charge. Next, please. So the big initiatives that we're looking at over the next year, the aquatics facilities. What this means is the engagement process for the aquatic center that we were looking at and why we bought Wheels in the first place. What's exciting about this project is we're partnering very closely with General Services, and we're using this project, this engagement, as our pilot and a joint pilot between General Services and ourselves of how we follow the equitable engagement blueprint, and using it as a pilot project of our racial equity plan. So we're really excited about working with General Services, but also NIS, and of course the community, to put together the vision of what this space looks like, what it wants to be, how it connects with the community and the Merrick Moore neighborhood, and how it connects even across the street to this park that's coming online. Another exciting addition or improvement is the Rock Quarry Park project. That should be online by, I would say, late fall. This includes some really good improvements. There's a multi-purpose staging area. We've already got a musical playground installed. There'll be some trail connections. And one of the most best improvements, really, that's not the exciting piece, but just regrading and improving with drainage. So many times when it rains there, that area stays wet for way too long. And so this will improve, the experience for everybody and be able for us to attract a lot of special events into the city. The last two bullets here really talk about what we've learned in this past year, due to COVID. And as I mentioned at the beginning, the significant impacts that we've had with people being out into our parks and passive recreation and on our trails. And so we're due to upgrade our strategic plan to identify what the community's goals are, what our initiatives need to be, and how better to use data to measure our progress and to make sure we're meeting, if not exceeding, our community's needs. So between that and planning for the future and a comprehensive master plan are some of the big initiatives that we're looking forward to. Next, please. And of course, this year where we are today compared to where we are last year at this time, everyone's excited about the restoration of programs and bringing things back. And yes, all these things that you see here will be back. As of right now, staff, we're planning to have a little bit more of restricted in terms of capacity and numbers that we can safely operate under, and still following both state, federal, and local guidelines. But the takeaway is, yes, we are going to have camps at our traditional sites, and these camps are actually full right now. We're going to bring back our My Durham program. We'll have plenty of team programs, special events. They've been going on already, and we're going to continue with those throughout the year, including the 4th of July. And we've added a laser light show. So 2 different opportunities there for the 4th of July. The aquatics, the pools will be open. We're looking to at least bring 1 pool online as early as June 9th, and we'll have kind of a cascading opening after that date. Athletic programs, youth and adult, those are going to go full bore this summer. And other opportunities specifically mean, what else have we learned? 2 things that stood out to me. Special events, we tapped into some really cool things of what was old is new again. Drive-in movies, for example. Staff did a wonderful job of being adaptive throughout the year, and especially our special events team. I hope some of you were able to make it out to our drive-in Bimbe event a couple of weeks ago. Very creative. It wasn't the Bimbe that everyone knows and loves, but it was still a great opportunity to bring people together and celebrate culture. Other opportunities we learned and that will continue is the hybrid approach. a hybrid approach of in-person programs and services, but keeping virtual opportunities available to those that need that. One of the things I'm excited about in that lens is the neighborhood engagement, the community engagement opportunity, where we'll continue to go to the community where they are and meet at times that are convenient to them. But we can also have these opportunities if that location still or time isn't as accessible, to still have those available for virtual opportunities. The biggest challenge that we're currently facing, and I know we're not alone in this, is staffing some of our programs this summer, specifically hiring enough lifeguards and hiring enough camp and youth and teen staff. It's no different than in the hospitality sector, I think, that you're seeing right now. It's been a hard time for us, more than usual, to attract and get applicants for these jobs. What we have been doing is our first and foremost was looking at our furlough list, see what was left on there and contacting those folks first, and then opening up to others. So those are our biggest challenges that we're facing right now, but also some of the most exciting things of being able to bring back these programs and services to the community.
Mr. Walcutt, thank you so much. I know we keep saying this, but what a time to be a department director in Parks and Rec. And just immensely difficult. I was glad we've been able to meet in person behind a mask, and looking forward to being able to spend more time. And just really want to appreciate your work, jumping right in during this very difficult time. And as you said, the department has had to make so many changes, so many difficult changes in the way you've had to operate, and really want to appreciate you and your staff. And I hope you'll pass that on to everybody in Parks and Rec. I also want to second what you said about use of the parks and trails. I know for me, the parks and trails were a lifeline. And I know for so many people in our community. And I agree with what you said. I think that the pandemic has ironically really increased the appreciation for our parks and trails. And I think we'll really be building support for that. I think we're going to just see increasing support. And it makes me think about the potential there for the future, because I think our community is really behind these assets even more than ever. So now I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues, and I'll start with Councilmember Reese for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi, Wade. How's it going?
Good, thanks.
Good to finally meet you.
Yeah.
Hope we can fix that in the weeks ahead. I just want to share in Mayor Schul's gratitude to you for the way you jumped right in the job during what we have come to call as unprecedented times. Hopefully we can get to more precedented times soon. And just so grateful for the way that your department has weathered this storm. I'm glad to hear that we're going to be back to a lot of our regular programming this summer. I know there are a lot of kids like mine who could use socialization again, assuming it can be done safely. So I appreciate all the work that you and your staff are doing to make that happen. I wanted to let you know today, and I guess some of my colleagues know as well, what I suspect your Assistant Director, Tom Dawson, already knows from my emails to him over the last several months. For the last 4 months, I have embarked on a project to visit all of our city parks. There's a page on the DPR website that says visit all 68 of our parks. Of course, then they list 73 locations below. That's okay. I've never been one to step back from a challenge. And so I threw all of those locations on a Google map that I've kept with me for the last 4 months, and check them off as I go. This includes some of the parks that folks know a lot about, in addition to some of the parks that don't have signage indicating they are parks. My favorite was Overlook Park, up between the Wilkins Road area and Lake Mickey, which is a gravel area on the side of the road. The way you can tell, by the way, a Parks and Rec facility that is supposed to be a park, is you got the 2 posts and the black garbage can barrel. If you find one of those, you've probably found a Parks and Rec facility. Glendale Heights Park on Murray Road, just on this side of the North Carolina Museum of Life and Science, is another one of these kind of stealth parks without signage, but is a lovely place very close to the Bronto Trail. Some nice picnic tables there. And you'll have the other one. Anyway, there are a lot of great parks in Durham is what I'm trying to say. And my experience over the course of the pandemic was really extraordinary because I visited our parks in every weather condition you can imagine: hot, cold, wet, dry, windy, not windy. And there are always people in our parks. There are always people enjoying our parks. And I came away from the experience with just an overwhelming sense of gratitude for the people of Durham in the past, elected leaders, staff, and ordinary residents who created and nurtured this incredible asset in the city of Durham, so that folks like us today in 2021 could have places to be outside where it's predominantly safe to be during a pandemic. And I just saw so many residents enjoying our parks. It was truly amazing to experience. I don't know that I would recommend that all of our city council members visit every park because it's kind of a haul. And by the way, we really got to do something to let folks know that the Holly Grove area exists, because you got to drive really far down someone's driveway before you can actually get to it. So let's put a pin in that. But what I did want to say is how grateful I was, Wade, to hear you talk about long-term strategic planning for our parks. There are, despite the fact that our parks are incredibly well used and incredibly well loved, based on what I've seen, there are some underused assets in our park system that I think could really be a benefit to folks more than they are now. Which isn't to say we need to put a play structure on every unpaved part of our parks. That's not at all what I want to say. There are some beautiful areas that our staff has let get grown up a little bit that are beautiful. Sherwood Park is a great example. The backside of Sherwood Park is just glorious right now. And I know there are some folks that are going to be reviewing that park soon. But I just want to say, there are lots of ways that I think we could invest some time, energy, and money to making our park system even better. And I look forward to partnering with you as you develop these long-range plans to make sure that we can do that. That's all I really wanted to say, Mr. Mayor, just again to say that I think it's my experience that I think our system of parks is maybe the thing that folks use the most in the city that most folks in our job don't think about a ton. There was a burst of activity on this council back before most of us came on to create the half penny for parks maintenance. And I have seen firsthand all across the city and county how those funds are being well used to maintain this incredibly precious asset. But I also think it's true that we don't talk about our parks a lot in this setting. And I think we ought to change that because if for no other reason than what we value, we should be working on to maintain and to expand. And that's why things like the Hoover Road Park are fantastic. What we plan to do with Wheels is fantastic. But maintenance and upgrades to our existing incredible facilities is super important. And I hope we can keep talking about that in the years to come. That's all I want to say about that. Thanks, everybody.
Councilmember Reese, how many parks have you been to so far?
There are 73 addresses listed on that site. And 2 days ago, I visited my last address. I picked it, it was Burton Park, which I've been to many times. I picked it last because I have a friend that lives across the street from it, and I was hoping to be there with her and her kids, but unfortunately she's out of town. So instead I met some guys who were enjoying an adult beverage in the park, and we discussed Carolina basketball, and I gave them some churros. So,
well, congratulations.
100% true story. Yep.
That is an awesome tour of our parks. That's really great. Councilmember Freeland.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Charlie, didn't you hear him say he was going to turn to a pumpkin in 15 minutes? Okay, so I'm going to try to be really quick. Mr. Walcutt, it's good to see you again. I've had the privilege of playing basketball with Mr. Walcutt. He's got a nice little jumper. And I wanted to give you some thanks for the work you've been doing with Coach Keenan and others on the initiatives they've been trying to provide for youth in the community during this unprecedented year. Like Charlie said, I'm really excited about the restoration of programs and services. And this is kind of a broader conversation that I've been having in the community. I've been talking to a lot of Black men about developing a strategy for Black boys. And a lot of the folks who provide services and programs for Black youth, I think could link in with the Parks and Rec department. And I'd be also curious to see what it looks like for Parks and Rec, maybe the Office on Youth and our Public Safety Department to put their heads together around linking that into our public safety initiatives as we think about where violence is concentrated and how we can interrupt it at the source by keeping kids engaged. Because in the work that I've done in the community, talking to folks, finding something for the kids to do is the most frequent thing I hear from people when asked, how they envision making their communities better and safer. So, maybe that's just a larger alley-oop for you and Manager Page and our new department chair at Safety and Wellness and maybe Laura Khalil to discuss. But just wanted to offer that. I will be coming soon with some fleet of Black men that have been thinking a lot about this and Brother Middleton included, to address this issue. And I think Parks and Rec can play a big role and should play a big role.
Great, we look forward to it.
Thank you very much, Council Member. I so agree with what you're saying about, I so often hear that very same thing. I just think that's such important work. Thank you. And so important to link it to Parks and Rec. All right, colleagues, other questions? Council Member Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Freelon. I think just noting, I would add the impact team to that conversation as well. Just acknowledging that there's some context around conversations that DPR and impact team need to have around some areas. I just wanted to also just say that I think that overlap on out of school services in general and just out of school activities overlaps with the workforce development piece. And I would also include workforce development. And this is actually the work that I do with Durham Children's Initiative and we've been doing for the last 7 years. I think it'd be important to make sure that that is not lost on this conversation and just acknowledging that it's not just the fish fixing aspect of it, is also the systems that we have in place. And so for the last 2 years, I mean, the underemployment of youth in the city is unfortunate. And then we're adding another summer where our youth aren't getting that kind of workforce development support that they need. I'm mindful that I know the adjustments have been made based on COVID, but I do know that coming out of COVID, we should be in a much better position. And I'm worried that we're not. And so I would also like to make sure that we're having that conversation. So thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Any other comments from Mr. Walcutt? Mr. Walcutt, thank you so much. We really appreciate your being here and we're all looking forward to seeing you and meeting you in person.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Mr. Allore, I'm going to ask Mayor Pro Tem Johnson to preside at this last presentation today because I'm going to be leaving at 1:45. I did see Ms. Giles come in this morning to City Hall. She and I came in at the same time. So I know she's been waiting patiently for this. And Ms. Giles, good to see you. Mayor Pro Tem Johnson is, if you don't mind, taking over. If there are any final, I'll be here until 1:45. And Mr. Allore, are there any final things we'll have to do after the department presentation?
Just to inform you that there's some follow-up items and we'll get those to you. It's Monday is a holiday, but our expectation is by next week so that we're in good shape. I am not aware of anything unless council is aware of outstanding items at this point.
I believe that we have a potential morning schedule, do we not?
That is correct.
And so if there are any follow-up items, you can let us know if we need to have that meeting.
June 10th at 10 a.m., correct.
Great. Madam Mayor Pro Tem, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll just turn the reins over to Director Giles.
Thank you very much. To the mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the council, it's an honor and privilege to always appear before you. And I'm presenting the budget for the Equity and Inclusion Department, whose primary purpose is to create an environment to promote, support, and advance equity and inclusion in the City of Durham's contracting activity and its organizational decision-making. Next slide. Our organizational chart hasn't changed much. We have 7 full-time employees that are funded by the general fund, and we are proposing 1 new employee for the new budget year to assist in the work of the Equity Inclusion Department, division. We have also on this call Sharon Williams, who is our Equity and Inclusion Division Manager, and who I know you are all aware of, has done a yeoman's job in making sure that we move forward in our work. And so she will be available to answer any further questions you might have in regards to our progress with equity and inclusion. The next slide. On our resource allocation slide, the budget increases that you see are related to the new position that's being proposed and any increases that might be relevant to the benefits of existing staff. We are continuing to support the Mayor's Committee for Persons with Disabilities, and that's the non-departmental allocation that you see. Next slide. We indicated that we were looking to hire a new position, and this would be a full-time budget analyst position that will support Sharon Williams' work. And essentially, this position does support the work of the council and your objective to advance the equity and inclusion of Durham and our departmental objective, which is in developing an effective and accountable language, tools, and process for advancing equity and inclusion in the decision-making. During the presentations that you heard on yesterday, in particular, you heard equity used multiple times. So I would have to say that some of the work that Sharon is doing is at least ingraining the language. Now we have to continue to move forward on boosting the relevance and activity. Next slide. Our budget highlights, aside from the presentation of the new position, we have some efforts that we're going to make with regards to our contracting and compliance division. And one of the things that we're going to do is to try to continue to work on our strategic plan. And the largest of the focus on our strategic plan this time is going to be on doing some additional research, largely on efforts that are being done in other areas of the state and the country, and how they are being maybe more successful than we in engaging women and minority-owned businesses in their contracting activity. The other area in which we'll be exploring with the acquisition of an intern is to look at what might be happening to our small businesses. Certainly we know that women and minority-owned businesses have had substantial impact with regards to COVID. And so one of the things that we've noticed, of course, is that we're not seeing the numbers of firms that we normally see actually bid our work. And so the question is, are they still in business? We don't know, but we're certainly going to jump out there and try to see if we can identify who's still in business what kinds of challenges they are facing in sustaining themselves and what we might do as a city to continue to support their sustainability. We'll also be looking to improve our website to enhance opportunities for folks. And just as an example, if you visit our website, there is no connection there for our bid opportunities. And so that's certainly something that we should correct. And there are other aspects of the language that's being used on the website and the way that we have organized our material there that we don't think is advantageous for our firms. And so that's something that we're going to take a very hard look at. In addition to enhancing our brochures and developing a training module for all city employees. One thing that we believe will really help in our work is to make sure that from day one, a person is hired by the city, they understand the value that we place on inclusion across the system. And this will be our opportunity to do that. And we're working on it now, and we're looking forward to getting that started in the next little bit. Next slide. The next slide is with regards to the Racial Equity and Inclusion Division. And we have a myriad of things that are being done in that regard. One being the 21-day challenge. And that's, it's actually done by some people within 21 days, but certainly can be managed based on the time that you might have available. But it's a series of readings and vignettes and informational material that's designed to assist in personal self-awareness. Where are we as individuals with regards to race and inequity, and where we might be able to move in terms of social change. And so that's some work that we're going to be doing. In addition to training all city employees on racial equity and inclusion, I believe that Sharon is proposing a two-part series that will serve as a base for everyone who's employed by the city. And I think she's proposing to start this in July. The introduction of the racial equity impact assessment, I'm sorry for the period that showed up there, with additional coaching and utilization is basically an expansion of the language for our racial equity tool that was actually benchmarked and used during the course of this budget cycle by our budget management staff. And they did a good job of trying to use the tool to evaluate all of the new initiatives that were brought forward by staff for funding consideration. We also are planning to introduce departmental pilot projects. This is going to serve sort of as the basis for helping departments move to what will be their own individual departmental equity plans. And so that's sort of the framework of what Sharon has planned. She is available to expand on any of those. And with that, we can move to questions.
Thank you so much. That was a great presentation. I'm super glad to see the new resource that's going into the racial equity side of the department, and we're continuing to fund and commit to that work. Any questions or comments from council members? Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Johnson. I really appreciate the opportunity to share comments and actually just thank Director Giles and acknowledging the long history of work that she's had around race equity in a different form and doing all the EBOC work with the city. I do want to note, I'm really hopeful that there'll be some context or some handles put around or some type of programming around the double minority by federal standards kind of focus, acknowledging that race, gender, and equity also still plague women of color. And so just hoping that you could share a little bit around, you know, what might be in place or what you might have a vision for moving forward.
I'm going to have to ask you to repeat yourself because I had a siren going by my office at the time. I'm sorry.
Just your vision around addressing race, equity, and gender as well. So acknowledging that women of color face a different level of barrier. So if you have any ideas around what you're going to do in the coming year or years, or any vision for that.
Well, first of all, let me say that it won't be years, it'll be the next 6 months, and I am planning to retire. But over the next little bit, we certainly will continue. In fact, we are looking at a specific way to sort of break out our way of viewing minority. In the way that we look at minority, particularly for African Americans, we combine them as a group without consideration of women as having oftentimes many different types of dispositions and problems. And so to that extent, we will be trying to address them and trying to enhance their participation. In fact, we do have substantial numbers of African-American women who are the prime business owners for the firms who are certified by the State Department. And so we will be looking at it. I don't have a specific plan for you at this moment, but certainly recognize that what you say is more than important and deserving of a special interest.
And thank you. I really want to just make sure that I note that if you are retiring, it's unfortunate, but I understand you've served our city and you've served our county greatly, and I appreciate all your service. So.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would tell you that I am at that point for sure.
I understand. Thank you again for your service.
Thank you, Councilmember.
If you all don't have any further questions, I would like to ask Sharon to check in so that I have a chance to share with you just how much work I think she has done, and that she certainly deserves many accolades for just being a single force for driving the racial equity initiative within the city. And so I want to have this opportunity to thank her personally in front of all of you, and certainly encourage her to continue. People are always trying to steal her out of the city. I get calls all the time, and so far she's said no to everybody.
Thank you. Sharon, we can't hear you. Okay, should we just move on?
I think
okay.
You should move on. She's having computer issues.
Okay.
All week. Yeah.
Sorry about that. Yeah. Well, thank you for your work. We appreciate Sharon so much. Other questions or comments from council members? Getting on toward the end of a long day. Councilmember Freelon.
I just quickly wanted to echo Councilmember Freeman's sentiments of gratitude to you, Ms. Giles, and Ms. Williams as well. Really important, exciting work in the city. Thank you so much from all of us, I'm sure. Yeah.
Special thanks to all of you, for without you, we wouldn't be this far. Certainly it's been your support, along with that of our manager and all of the city staff, to get us in a very good place. So much so that people contact us frequently to find out about the work that's being done. So my special thanks to all of you.
Thank you. We want Durham to be a leader in this space, and we have been blessed to have staff who are committed to that and have been moving us in that direction for a number of years. So thank you for all of your work in the department. We're going to miss you. We're looking forward to you having a lovely retirement. And I'm sure we'll see you around. Don't leave town.
Oh, I'm sure I will see you guys around. I'm not worried.
Awesome. Thank you so much. All right, friends, have we done it? John, have we done it?
Mayor Pro Tem, I just had one item that occurred to me that it came up on the budget one-on-ones with council. And there was some discussion around the possibility of adding approximately $85,000 for immigrant refugee coordinator position. So I would ask you, do you want to have that conversation now? Do you need to have that conversation, or would you prefer to table it until the extra session we can use on June 10th?
Sure. Do we have any other items for that session?
Not at the moment, not that I am aware of.
Okay. So if we could knock this out quickly, y'all, I think that would be ideal. My understanding was that we were waiting for the county to decide whether they would contribute half of the cost of that position before we committed to it. The county has agreed to contribute half of the funding for that position. So I believe we said at our previous meeting that we would do it if they did, but if folks have comments that would conflict with that understanding, let's hear them.
I have to cut out, but I look forward to seeing whatever comes out of this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Middleton.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I think your characterization comports with what I remember from that conversation. So I have nothing to add to that. The county's up in their part, then yeah, we good. Thank you, ma'am.
Awesome. Thanks. John, I think we have by acclamation approval to move forward with that allocation.
Very good.
Thank you very much. So I think we've now done it, and I'm not going to take up any more of our time with saying things. So John, if it's good with you, I will declare this meeting adjourned at 1:55 p.m. Thanks, y'all. Have a good one.
Thanks, y'all. Peace.